Hey everybody, we've been experiencing some technical difficulties this morning, so we should be ready to go in about 5 minutes here. So get your pizza and we'll start a few minutes late.
Yeah, we're very far away. That's 21.
What's working? Aaron, can you help me?
What do you need?
Oh, there it is. Nope. Okay, thanks. All right, welcome to the February 8th City Council workshop. Sorry we're getting started a little late here. We've been experiencing some technical difficulties with our audio system, but the staff has worked hard this morning and got us back online just in time. And City Manager is first up with a presentation on the Budget Committee orientation, actually.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Budget Committee members. It is a pleasure to be up here today to give you our first meeting coming into our fiscal year 22 budget for our budget orientation. So today's presentation, we're just going to give you a general background, talk about the mechanics of the budget, what is the budget structure, the different funds that are associated within the budget, discuss some additional considerations, including property taxes, accounting, budget committee process and procedures, so we know what roles and responsibilities are, and then discuss the strategic plan briefly, and then have an overview of city finances to give you that foundation moving into the fiscal year 22 budget. So really, what is a budget? Budget is really, it's sort of like a roadmap for us, and it really tells a lot. It's not just numbers. It is a legal document, and it makes for lawful appropriations of resources for the city. It's a financial plan for one fiscal year. We have a proposed additional year that we look at, but it is really, we're adopting it for one fiscal year. It's an internal control mechanism, so we have a clear understanding of what and how we can spend our resources. It's a policy document. Our budget follows council policy. It follows the strategic plan, which we'll be talking about in a little bit. It funds the plans and priorities of city council. It's a public communication document. It really does express the city's goals to its citizens. It's a picture. If you look at the budget, it's a bunch of numbers, but if you look above and beyond that, if you really look at what it truly is a picture of where we're going to be headed in the next year and the next 5 years. So local budget law. Who makes the rules? Well, the state of Oregon makes the rules when it comes to public budgeting in the state of Oregon. And Oregon Revised Statute states that we need to have established standard of procedure. So whether you're in Grants Pass, or you're in Tillamook, or you're in Bend, they all have similar budget processes, and they follow state budget law. State budget law does require that you need to outline your programs, and it has some fiscal policies associated with that. It requires an estimate of resources and expenditures, and it's a good faith estimate. Some of the things we know what our resources are going to be, and some of them we have to make estimates on. It controls expenditures of public funds because you're allocating resources, and it encourages citizen involvement. So that's the spirit of Oregon Revised Statutes and the budget law and who makes those rules. So the budget process in general, how does that work and where are we today? Well, it first starts with the budget officer who's directed as city manager to prepare the proposed budget. Of course, the budget officer and myself does not do this in a vacuum. It is truly a group effort between all city staff, city council, the public, and yourselves. But the presentation of the budget, the preparation of the budget, is based on the policies that council has established through strategic planning. And then myself, department directors, finance, and all of our colleagues get together to try to make a proposed budget that meets those goals. The budget committee then reviews and revises the approved budget. At that point, it becomes ultimately, once you're done with your meetings, it becomes an approved budget. From there, City Council holds additional public hearings and adopts the budget. And the budget needs to be adopted by the end of June 30th. That's the last time, the date. The date needs to be adopted by at least June 30th. So who is the budget committee? Well, it consists of City Council and an equal number of appointees, citizens from the public. The primary roles of the budget committee are to hear the budget message, hold those public meetings that are a requirement of Oregon Revised Statutes, hear the public comments and input from the public, and you'll have public comment on every one of your meetings, review and discuss the proposed budget, make revisions to the proposed budget, and then ultimately approve the budget and approve each tax rate or dollar amount associated with the budget. And then ultimately, council, a few weeks later, adopts the approved budget of the budget committee. The budget is organized by a number of different funds. You'll be receiving a wonderful folder like this, and some of you have had one of these before in the past. They're very informational. They have a lot of great information in here. It goes through and it talks about the budget message, our financial matrix, strategic plan, city overview, policy legislation, public safety, parks, development, water, wastewater, stormwater, PERS. It's got tabs in there for almost everything. This is a great document if you want to know about what we're doing. It's organized in a way that you can digest some of that information. So all resources that come into the city, they must be balanced. That's our job. That's my job as budget officer and the staff to present to you a balanced budget. To not come to you and say, oh, we got a gap. We don't know what to do with it. Here you go. We're not doing our job. Our job as budget officers is to make sure we're at least proposing to you a balanced budget according to council policy. And there are some good faith estimates when it comes to revenues or expenditures associated with the budget. The common types of funds that are in this folder our general fund, which accounts for all financial resources except those accounted for in other funds. So the general fund is your one pool of your large pool of resources, and that funds things like public safety and community development and some of your general type of resources for the public. You also have enterprise funds. Those enterprise funds are water, wastewater, streets, stormwater. Those are some examples of enterprise funds. Those funds are meant to really operate independently, all by themselves. And they do that through our utility bills. There's a rate associated with their service that customers pay. We also have special revenue funds like transportation and lodging taxes that come in. Those are dedicated funds that have to be spent specifically for things like transportation or certain expenses for travel and tourism, say, for instance, for the lodging tax. We also have capital funds that are represented in here, and those account for resources used for acquisition of construction and major capital projects, which we have quite a few of. There's also debt service funds, which accounts for the accumulation of receipts, usually from Bancraft funds or general obligation bonds. We have internal service funds, which accounts for the financing of goods and services provided by one department or agency. So we have some departments or agencies that serve the common good of the organization, which would be considered an internal service fund. And then we have fiduciary funds, which account for assets held by a governmental unit in a trustee capacity. So an example of that would be our solid waste fund, sort of our landfill post-closure fund. We actually are responsible for the closure of the landfill, the Merlin landfill. And so that would be considered a fiduciary fund. So when it comes to general fund dollars, our largest portion of general fund dollar revenue really is property taxes. And I think it's important to note also that all property taxes are allocated to public safety. It's something the council's done years and years ago, but all property taxes go to fund public safety. Now, we have a permanent property rate of $4.13 per thousand. We also have a local option levy of $1.79 per thousand. And then we did have a general obligation bond, which ended fiscal year 2019, and that helped fund the purchase of some fire apparatus equipment, and then also some of your fire stations like Parkway and Redwood. So some people ask the question, well, if you need more resources, why don't you just increase your property taxes? Well, the state of Oregon a number of years ago froze property taxes with the passage of Measure 50 and Measure 5. Now, Measure 50 passed in 1997, limited the growth of assessed value to no more than 3% each year. So if you own property in the state of Oregon, your taxable amount of that property value can only increase by 3% each year. And that's only if the market allows for that 3% compared to real market value. So you have the real market value of your home or property, and then you have a taxable assessed value, and that sometimes is not equal. Many times, if you look at the way it's assessed, your real market value is higher than your taxable assessed value, because taxable assessed value only goes up 3% each year, where real market value fluctuates based on the true market. Measure 5 also froze the property. This also froze the property taxes associated with that. So whatever our property taxes were at the time, that's what they're at. And we were at $4.13. And so we do have tax. So we can't just raise our permanent property tax rate. That's not allowed. Oregon requires each local government to disclose its basis of accounting. And instead of like a cash accrual basis, which we use, where as soon as you get a revenue in, we can't account for it, or as soon as an expenditure comes in, we account for it, we do a modified accrual basis of accounting, where revenues are recorded when they're measurable and available, and then expenditures are recorded when the goods and services are delivered and the liabilities are incurred. So, moving forward, what does our workload look like? Well, before the date of May 4th, which is your first budget committee meeting, we'll have a new one of these for you. And that's the start of that. As soon as we get this completed, and we're working on it right now on a regular basis. Finance is slammed right now trying to do all these calculations. May 4th is our first meeting, and at your first meeting as a budget committee, you'll nominate and elect a budget chair. From there, the chair will take over the meeting and you'll do nominations for vice chair. You'll then review the ground rules for the budget committee and adopt those. You'll receive the recommended budget and hear the presentation of the budget message. We'll talk about the strategic plan and the capital allocations, and then set schedule for future meetings. So in this meeting, you'll get the budget message, you'll get the budget document, you have a general broad idea of what fiscal year 22 budget looks like. We're going to talk about the strategic plan because that's important because it directs the allocation of those resources. And then we'll review all of the big capital allocations, all the big capital projects that we're looking at that are in the budget. So it's important to note, not only is it good public policy, but it is also state law that all budget committee meetings are public meetings, and a quorum is required to conduct business, and a majority is required to take action on anything coming from the budget committee. The budget is a public document once it's released to the budget committee. Copies are made available to the public, and we also post online. The committee must take public comment at each public hearing. So each one of your meetings, starting with the May 4th, one of your things on the agenda will be to take public comment. And any members of the public may speak. They don't necessarily have to be a citizen of the city, but anyone can come and speak on the budget. So just to recap sort of the information that I've provided so far is we've got a proposed budget which staff puts together, and that is directed by the policies that council has put forth through the strategic plan. That document now comes to you, where you're looking at the appropriation of those resources, and you ultimately have a responsibility to approve a budget after you've reviewed the budget in detail. And we're going to go through that over four nights in May. And then ultimately, once you make a recommendation and you approve the budget, council takes it another step, usually in June, and ultimately adopts the budget. So I'm just going to briefly talk about the strategic planning process, touch on the 5 goals in the work plan. During your first meeting on the 4th, we'll go into more detail about some of the goals and objectives associated with the strategic plan. It's important that you see that because what you'll see through the process of staff talking about the budgets within their own departments, it does mirror that strategic plan. Our strategic planning process is very comprehensive, and that's purposeful. Council reviews the state of the city through a number of different ways. We get comments from the citizens, we have public forums, we have an idea and understanding, and we ask them questions. What are we doing well that you'd like to see us do more of? What are we not doing that you'd like to see us address? What are your hopes and dreams for this community? And we get good responses back each year. We then ask staff the same thing. What do you need to be successful in your divisions and departments? We ask the 11 plus advisory committees that City Council has. Each year in October and November, all the advisory committees sit down and they determine what their goals are for the next upcoming year, and they provide that to council for their consideration. Council also, as individual council members representing their constituents, come up with their goals. And we bring all of those things together. So ultimately, we have hundreds of different goals, objectives, and actions that we consider, and we review those through our strategic planning process. It's a 3-day process where we really define which every one of those actions, objectives, and goals are, so we have a clear understanding of what they are, have a discussion on those, and then ultimately prioritize some goals, objectives, and actions. From there, once council adopts the strategic plan, the city staff develops a work plan. That's sort of the gears that'll help make those goals happen. We sort of sit down and we figure out, okay, in order for this goal to happen, what objectives and actions need to take place? And then we start assigning resources to those. Once we do that, we report that to council, and ultimately that work plan is what drives the budget preparation, because we know exactly what our priorities are. We know what type of resources, whether they be staff or monetary, is going to be required to accomplish those goals. And we take the budget resources and we match those with the work plan, which mirrors the strategic plan. And then it's brought to you for the allocation of resources through the budget committee process. Once that is, of course, approved and the budget is ultimately approved, we monitor the success on a quarterly basis. We provide reports on the success of our work plan and our strategic plan, and we do it again, all over again every year. The 5 goals the council has priorities for the city are: 1, ensure community safety; provide cooperative shared leadership involving council staff and the community; encourage economic opportunities; facilitate sustainable, manageable growth; maintain, operate, and expand our infrastructure to meet community needs. Now, those primary goals, those 5 goals, are supported by 23 objectives. Those 23 objectives are broken down even further into 104 different actions. The beautiful thing about this is, from a work plan perspective, we use a SMART process where all of those objectives and actions are specific. We know exactly what we're trying to accomplish. We know what the measurement is for that success. We assign and we see what it takes to make it achievable. And we assign names, divisions, departments. We take true ownership of this. We provide for an idea of what type of resources are required to make that happen, and then a time frame on when we might be able to accomplish that. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 5 years, depending on what the project is. It's real important from that perspective because council has done a lot of work to get us to where we are today, to define our goals, to work on this work plan, to ultimately provide direction for staff to develop a budget that we could present to you that does represent the goals and the dreams of the community and council. And with that, I'd like to bring Adam up, and he's going to provide you with a general background on the city finances.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, members of the Budget Committee. I'm going to try and keep up that same energy level that Aaron brings to these meetings, so let's get going. So one thing that I definitely want to highlight again, Aaron did mention it, but the current budget document for FY21 is an amazing, amazing document full of fantastic information and details that I could talk to you about for days. You don't want me to do that. I will say, though, that we just received word that we've been awarded the 36th consecutive Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the GFOA. That's the Government Finance Officers Association. The recommended budget that you'll be receiving in May is going to have almost identically the same layout that we've had in previous years. So being familiar with that is going to be very helpful, and understanding, just knowing where to look for some information can possibly get you an answer to your question a lot quicker than even emailing me. Of course, that's an option as well. We have 3 different tables of contents. It's by budget program, by department. We have an alphabetical index, so we're trying to help you find the information you're looking for. The digital copy that's available on our website at the URL at the bottom has a clickable table of contents, takes you right where you need to go, and the left side has got all kinds of bookmarks in the same layout as the tabs are in the document. So very, very proud of that document, and we want to continue to make that a very useful document to you and members of the public. The funding matrix, which you'll see starts on page 17, and I'll say this as well, I try to throw in a few references to the document to just encourage getting into that and being familiar with where things are. So that funding matrix starts on page 17. It explains all funds and operating divisions in the city budget and the basics of revenue sources for each. It has a special section on how to read the budget on page 85, the department tabs that Aaron mentioned, and then the appendix is also a wealth of information. It's got a lot of 10-year historical information, what were we doing 5 years ago? What were we doing 2 years ago? Some of that information is right there at the very back of the document in the appendix on page 349. So talking about the city's resources, we have a limited reliance on federal and state resources compared to something like a school district. Looking at page 41, there are some key revenue details of the different type of revenues that the city does depend on. The general fund specifically relies on property taxes and right-of-way taxes or privilege taxes. You can see some more details on that on page 30. Other operations such as water and wastewater and stormwater utilities are funded by user and system fees. Those are those enterprise funds that Aaron was mentioned. They are self-sustaining, self-supporting. In conversations about the gap, it's a completely different conversation than the general fund gap that council's been discussing in recent months. So what is the total adopted budget for FY21? It is $147.4 million. However, that number includes ending balances and transfers. So that's not a particularly useful number, I would say. To break that down, the general fund the operating budget is $68.96 million. That is how much it actually takes to do the day-to-day operations of the city, taking aside some of those technical accounting things that have to be in there, but don't exactly show the true cost of an operation. Looking at page 35, it has great detail on the current adopted budget. The general fund is the only fund with discretionary resources. All of the other funds have specific requirements for what those funds can be used on. So looking at the general fund budget details, the 4 items you see below make up about $5.4 million in discretionary revenue that, at council's determination, can be allocated to the different programs. If you look at the different departments within the tabs in the budget document, you'll see that some departments have program-generated resources and general support, which I've put a box around here. So, that general support, that $4.5 million you see, is taking part of that $5.4 million of discretionary revenue, whereas other departments like tourism and building are also self-sustaining, and they don't use any of those general support dollars. Looking at page 156, you can see this is the building division. They have all of those program-generated resources that you see there and don't use any general support. Moving on to our financial policies, the target fund balance is an important goal for the city to maintain. Depending on the cash flows of revenues coming in or the timing of expenditures going out, we need to have a certain amount of money left over at the end of the year to continue operations. Talking about property taxes specifically, we get the bulk of those in November and December, whereas July, August, and September, we start to run a little thin on cash. So it's very important to have these target fund balances. I believe the engineering fund was a little bit under this percentage in the last year, but we've been gradually improving that number. And in the FY21 budget process, we were right at the very bottom of the fund balance target range. In fact, we had one more adjustment last year to get us back within that policy. Revenue expenditure imbalance, and I'm first going to read this little excerpt from a League of Oregon Cities survey report. Not all of it, but a revenue expenditure imbalance for cities has resulted from the combination of Oregon's restrictive property tax system, which Aaron talked about, and an increase in expenses beyond city control. So the blue line is our actual revenues, not our budgeted revenues, our actual revenues. And same goes for the orange line, which represents our expenditures. You can see that the expenditures are increasing, our general fund expenditures are increasing more rapidly than our general fund revenues. And that is the main reason for the gap that we've been discussing. Now, part of the budget process and what we ran into last year is how do we make our budget fit within those fund balance policies? Well, we make very conservative revenue estimates, and we budget for full employment. It's essentially our worst case scenario of if every single position was filled, spending all of that. Now, usually, we get a little bit better revenues than we budget for, and we come in about 6% under on the expenditure side. So our actuals would show a more favorable trend than our budget trend. Because our budget would be significantly worse if you saw this line for the budget. It would be worse. However, this actuals number all the way up through FY20 there is why we're discussing the gap now. Moving on to some of the the current financial reports, which are completed through the second quarter. That's December 31st, and those will be presented to council. I apologize. I'm running a little bit behind on getting that report presented to you in an official meeting, but it is coming soon. That quarterly report is also full of fantastic information. I'm not going to read all those. They're also outlined in that financial report as well. But I did want to point out some the highlights for that second quarter. Looking at the general fund revenue summary, property tax assessments did come in higher than budgeted, which should equate to approximately an additional $70,800 of additional revenue. That's great news, but that is also part of that conservative revenue budget, and then the actuals come in a little bit better. So $70,000 is great news, but it doesn't solve much of the ongoing problem. Grants are already 70% above budget. It's difficult to budget for grants because you get a lot of new information and you jump on it, and fortunately we've done a great job of looking at getting those this year. Building permits are already 17% over budget, and again, that is through now. We have the whole rest of the year to continue to collect those revenues. Other revenues that are projected to come in budget are the local marijuana tax, the business taxes, licenses, planning fees, and fees in lieu of franchise. So that was the good news. The less favorable news, the lodging tax is really kind of both. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we very conservatively estimated a 25% decrease in the lodging tax as a result of reduced travel and tourism-related activities. At this moment, we are above budget, which is good news, but we are also 17% less than this time last year. So better than budget, but not as good as past years. So it's kind of right in the middle of being good news and bad news. Another item that's important to mention is gas tax revenues. Now, gas tax revenue is a combination of the tax on fuel, as well as the shared revenue from licenses, permits, and registrations. Currently, that is projected to come in under budget, which again was a conservative estimate, but the trend at the moment looks like it's not going to quite make it to what we budgeted for. And the big reason for that, of course, is because of the COVID-19 pandemic and DMV hours. You have to set an appointment to get to the DMV, and they're not open as much. So that's another challenge. That's not just a city problem. That's also a state problem, that they're having difficulty collecting as much revenue as they have in the past. And another reason for that is the increase in fuel-efficient vehicles or even zero-emission vehicles. That just reduces the demand on gasoline. So I know the state is working on different options for replacing that revenue for important infrastructure other than just this fuels tax. Trying to project through the end of the year is a fun challenge. So assuming average annual budget savings rate, that's 6% that we try and save every year, the general fund is on track to end this fiscal year within that financial policy range of 30 to 40%. So we budgeted for it to be right at that 30%. It should be about 32, 33. The general fund is under an increasing amount of pressure and has to reduce the amount of discretionary general fund resources provided to priority capital projects. Another way to say that would be we only have $5.4 million of discretionary resources. The 4.5 that is budgeted for public safety, that number has been going steadily up the last several years because of those increases in expenditures that are out of the city control, PERS being one of the highest causes of that. And assuming that the levy passes in May, FY22 will be the 13th year at the public safety levy rate of $1.79. To discuss briefly the Urban Renewal Agency, this is the fourth fiscal year for the Grants Pass Urban Renewal Agency. What the URA does is it pulls resources from 8 different taxing districts and leverages state funding to increase the tax base, which will benefit all impacted. So it's just a great way to pool our resources to increase the assessed values. Just like for the city, the property taxes that end up going to the Urban Renewal Agency will be slightly higher than budgeted because the assessed values came in higher than projected. And at this point, since we're a few years in, we have built up some fairly significant URA resources to be allocated or reallocated among eligible URA projects. And one of the 3-star items this year was explore Urban Renewal Agency opportunities for Caveman Plaza. Capital budgeting. So capital budgeting is, I like to say, guided by strategic plan and limited by available funding. During one of the workshops that we had with the public, the strategic plan is that opportunity to just shoot for the stars and see what's the very best that we could possibly be. Unfortunately, I come around and say we don't quite have the money for all of those things, but we prioritize based on that strategic plan. It is important to use one-time resources on one-time expenditures. We wouldn't want to use one-time resources on ongoing costs because that's something that you cannot rely and depend on a year-to-year basis. We have LB 6388, which is a sale of surplus properties, using funds to fund an operating division would not be wise because we'd eventually run out of surplus properties as opposed to selling a property and doing a one-time project. However, it is also important to set aside operating revenues for future periodic costs. One way that we've been doing this very well for many years is through the Vehicle or Equipment Replacement Fund. Each department set aside funds every year in order to replace its vehicles after it has gone through its useful life. So that is built into the operating budget, is saving for that future periodic cost. Another example of how we've implemented that is with 2 new projects from the FY20 budget year for the fire and police equipment replacement projects. Certain equipment that they need, they don't need to buy it every year, but if it's going to be $100,000, it would be wise to plan ahead for that and start setting aside funds so that when it does time come to purchase that equipment, you've got the money, and then you start saving for the next equipment replacement. What this does is it reduces volatility in the operating budgets. It also puts you in a better position, reduces your need for emergency debt, fewer surprises, and it also helps to keep interest costs down if you did need to go into debt for something. So in the past, surplus general support could be used on specific repair and maintenance projects. Let me jump back to this slide real quick. So you could ask the question, we were getting all of these revenues, but only spending these general fund expenditures several $1 million less. What were you doing with those additional funds? Well, each of those years, we had more money to transfer to capital projects to do these maintenance projects. And because that dollar amount was fairly high, you didn't necessarily have to so specifically plan for things. You could just be like, hey, in the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to need to do this. Well, we have plenty additional discretionary dollars to tackle that project when it comes up. But as you see, this gap has narrowed. Now we have to really make a more focused effort on setting aside, again, for those future periodic costs. They are going to come. They cannot be ignored. So we have to prioritize saving and planning for those expenditures. And just to come back to the general fund gap, just to provide a little bit of history, the gap was around $1.1 million, which consisted of an original $900,000. And I will say that that was presented very distinctly as the minimum. That was the minimum gap. Then an additional $160,000 was added if there was development of additional parks, which would put additional strain on staff. Then I increased the gap to $2 million. I think it's not the minimum. It's more likely a middle of the range number, but it represents the range of possibilities. I cannot tell you 100% for sure what's going to happen 3 years from now at the end of a possible 3-year levy term. So I'm just doing my best, and staff is all working to make sure that aim high and put yourself in a better position for the future, as opposed to aiming for that minimum and having to have the same conversation again next year. So that's been my focus on presenting the numbers to you, is I want to help keep the city even safer than the $1 million would have gotten us. And I'll also reiterate that the service levels are a council decision. That's why we've been meeting week after week and having very long conversations, which I so much appreciate all of the effort that you guys have put towards the intricate spreadsheets that I come up with. So thank you. And at the moment, we've calculated a total, or identified a total of $1.75 million in service level reductions in the general fund. So last year, I couldn't quite make out who it was, but somebody said, "So what's my homework?" And so I'll just say, first, save those meeting dates on the budget calendar so that we can get as many of you available for what will be very important discussions at those times. Number two, I definitely would recommend being as familiar with the current budget document as possible. And of course, reach out if anything in the budget document doesn't make it clear enough. Or I'm also open to suggestions, again, because I want to make that document as useful as possible to decision makers and interested citizens. So please reach out to me. We, of course, have some time for questions today, but of course, I've also thrown a lot of information at you. So if you come up with questions over the next couple of months, please reach out, and I will try and get those answered for you and the rest of the committee, and for council as well. So with that, are there any questions for me today?
Rob?
Adam, you mentioned that the property taxes primarily come in October and November, and kind of towards the end of the year, we're running low on certain accounts. But so where is that property tax money parked, and how much interest does it typically earn?
So we have a pooled cash system, and the large majority sits in either the state's local government investment pool or in our operating account. There are restrictions on how much you can have in the local government investment pool. I believe it's 75%, no more than that. No more than 75% of all of your funds can be in the LGIP at one time. We also invest in CDs and other marketable securities. Unfortunately, the market is not extremely, interest rates are not very high right now. 2% is like the most we've seen in the last 3 years. And so right now we're in the 1.25% range, somewhere in there. That's another one of those revenues that we always budget low on, because you just don't know what it's going to be. The total dollar amount that it has, or which funds that interest is going to go to, depends on the monthly cash balance of each of the different funds. So the general fund might not get as much of your total interest because its cash balance is low in July and August. But in December, a whole lot of that is general fund dollars. So it'll get more interest of all the interest that you've earned in that month. So did that answer your question, sir?
Thank you.
Brian?
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation, Adam. So I have a question about, we have 4 budget meetings starting on May 4th, and in my experience on the school board, when we've gotten the budget, it's kind of, it seems like once we got the budget, it was almost like kind of set. And so I just wanted to get clarification that once we see that document on May 4th, that there's still an opportunity for council and the budget committee to provide meaningful input and to possibly make changes as needed.
Yeah, so last year, an example of the city budget committee doing just that was the recommended budget that staff had put together up to before that May 4th meeting, got the general fund ending fund balance at like 29.7%, which was just short. And one of the things that the budget committee was very, or gave staff direction to is, nope, try again, go back and figure out how to get us within our financial policy range. The service levels, again, being a council decision, there's kind of a differentiation between what the council can dictate us to do with the budget level. Mr. Bradbury, I'll use your email that you sent me as an example. He had a question about the level of debt, and maybe that's something that council could be interested in, either the budget committee or a separate committee having or suggesting or having some input on that number. But as far as what the budget committee can dictate is first up to council, but the budget committee could say, hey, well, I see this priority over here of the council. You should try and do better in that area. Or perhaps say that a revenue estimate is completely out of the picture. That was another one, was the lodging tax revenue was very much questioned last year in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. Staff had already done a very conservative estimate on that, but that is something that the budget committee could say to staff of, hey, you need to think about this, and we certainly would.
Great, thank you. And I just want to also very quickly thank the citizen members of the budget committee for taking the time to be here and to be a part of the process. A lot of you have a lot more experience than I do, so I will be leaning on you heavily. Thanks.
And if you have any questions for Adam, please step forward and you can ask questions as well today. Council, do you have any further questions? Valerie?
I don't know so much. At one point in time, Aaron, we had talked about having the budget committee more involved in the process because, as Brian said, many of us don't have that financial background that they have. And so it's one of the things that we've talked about, having them come on board or whatever. And this is obviously what you were talking about, just going through this part right here. But I have kind of looked at other areas, and there are other cities that don't just have 4 days of budget. So, you know, I would like to kind of reach out in the future and see what can we do and how can we make it different, because I do depend upon them, and those 4 days are never enough to be able to get that sort of input from them and be able to help them help us, especially as we go through this right now. I mean, this is difficult, making $2 million worth of cuts and finding, and it's huge. So I don't know whether we should just reach out to them and give them, tell them, please, if you have any input to give us, please give it to us, because like I said, I feel that having the budget system used a little different might be something worth looking into.
I mean, ultimately, we're willing to do whatever council would like to do when it comes to the number of meetings, but I think roles and responsibilities need to be clarified if you're going to look at something different. Currently, right now, the role is that council establishes policy, and the budget committee and staff implements the policy. Budget committee allocates the resources for those policies. So, and I'm not sure if I was getting that you were wanting the budget committee to start establishing policy also. That's not what the budget committee is for. They're for allocating resources. So say, for instance, the funding gap is council's responsibility, not the budget committee's responsibility, because the funding gap deals with level of service. Level of service is truly a council responsibility.
And I agree with that. And I guess basically I'm just reaching out to say if they have any thoughts or whatever to give us, because I do feel that they have a lot of information and expertise that I personally don't have. And so sometimes hearing that spurs me on to think, okay, that would helps me to understand a lot more. So that's, I guess, the point I'm trying to make at this point.
Joel?
Well, and in response to Councilor DeLagrange's good question, I know last year I think we cut out $1 million. It wasn't well publicized, and a lot of it was in the some of it was in the public safety, quite a bit of it, and the budget committee I think did their job last year to make sure our operating balances this year stayed within the operating parameters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have without that budget committee's input. And it wasn't anybody's fault. It was just where we were at and where we were going, and it wasn't good.
Rick?
Adam, could you go back to the chart that showed the general fund actuals on the, yes, that one. So what I'm looking at from 2017 to 2020, basically just rounding it off, the actual revenue went from 27 million to just about 29 million. And then looking at the actual expenditures, it was over 24 up to 29. And I didn't know if it would help all of us just have a better understanding of the history. You put together a pie chart for council here showing expenditures by division. If for those 4 years, if we had a pie chart that showed the difference between 2017 and 2020, might be very informative for us. Thank you.
One thing I've got over in my notes that I didn't mention on this slide was that with these numbers, the revenue was increasing somewhere between 2 and 3% per year, and the operating expenditures were increasing somewhere between 5 and 6%.
Further questions? Vanessa?
We're kind of in a unique position this year with proposing a levy on the ballot a month before it's due to expire. Do we have any, it's my understanding we'll have to create 2 budget documents for that, correct? For both scenarios of the passing of a $1.79 levy and the failure, is that correct?
Staff will be working on 2 budgets. We'll be presenting Budget A as if the $1.79 levy passes. Budget B, we will have also prepared alongside and be ready to present that in the event that the levy does not pass on May 18th. May 18th is my birthday, and that would be a fantastic birthday gift. But if it does not pass, then we will already have documents ready and available to immediately start discussing a much larger gap.
I hope you get your birthday wish. Do you have any concerns that the traditional budget process will not allocate enough time for that discussion to have the 2?
No, one thing that we did even with the $2 million gap is staff went through and made some difficult staff decisions on recommending $2 million of cuts. The $2 million gap has taken a significant amount of time and discussion. Worst case scenario, I might say that it would save time to rely a little more on staff's recommendations at that point, because we'll only have another month and a half to make that decision and get a budget passed by June 30th. I believe that staff has absolutely done a very good job of presenting to council its best options, difficult decisions for your consideration, of course, but we are certainly struggling with both of these gap possibilities as well.
Thank you.
Further questions? No? Thank you, Aaron and Adam, for the presentation. Thank you to the Budget Committee members who came here and joined us today. Looking forward to working with you more this spring.
And I did want to point out that Trip Androy was attending digitally. So he was in attendance also. So thank you, Trip.
Thank you. And I'm going to change our agenda here just slightly because we do have members of the community who are here to work with us on the increased lodging tax discussion. So I'm going to just move agenda review behind that so that we don't have to keep them waiting any longer. And maybe let's take a 5-minute break. All right, folks, we're getting started again. So we're going to skip ahead on our agenda and discuss the possible increase to the transient lodging tax. And I'm not sure who is coming up to speak to us about this.
So staff has the same presentation with the allocations and the dollar amounts and changes. That presentation has not changed at all. I know we do have Commissioner Fowler is here as a representative of the county if he's ready to share some information from their perspective.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me okay through the mask? All right. I've never been known to be a quiet talker. My mom said it'd eventually get me in trouble or get me elected to public office. So we've had this lodging tax discussion without you, and we've had some with you, and you guys have had some without us, and you've had some with us. And we're trying to find funding for the DMO. That's what we wanted to have the lodging tax for. And so we had that discussion earlier in the year, in 2020. We got a lot of pushback from the city and from like Travel Oregon, that bad timing and was going to price us out of the market or whatever argument there was. And so we pulled back and said, hey, let's not talk about a transient room tax for a while because of COVID and because of the pushback. We're all, okay, let's think about it for a little while. And then we realized, well, the city has a levy for public safety now on the May ballot, so we really don't want to come up against that. And then the county has a levy vote in November, and we really don't want to come up against that. So that put our discussion further out, thinking, well, we can't do it now, so can we come up with other funding for the DMO? And we're struggling there, trying to find some dollars from our economic development funds, which are much lower than the city's. Ours are about $450,000 a year, and you guys are edging in on $2 million. And so if the city goes forward with a public safety lodging tax to bring your percentage to a higher amount, whether that's adding 2 or adding 3%, then we as a county kind of want to use that to think, all right, if you're going to sunset that in 3 years, or whatever the logic is, out of the council, then maybe we could slip in ours then. When yours sunsets, we could take that same 2 or 3% and 12 or whatever it was for outside of the city of Grants Pass for lodging, and then have almost $1 million of our own to put towards the DMO and other economic development, tourism, sheriff functions, parks, airports, fairgrounds, we would like to designate for. And so that we're kind of in a holding pattern, watching what you guys are going to do with the in-city transient lodging tax. I also am not afraid of being a percent higher than other communities. When I look at community to community, I don't think people are making their tourism decisions based on 1 or 2%. Saying, oh no, I'm only going to Medford because they're 1% lower than Grants Pass. I don't think people vacation like that. And so we just want to be in the room. When we talk to Council President, and we missed the mayor at our last meeting, but we had Councilor Lovelace, we said, hey, let's make sure when one group's having the discussion, let's invite the other folks so that we're not moving without each other and not considering each other fully. And so I really appreciate that spirit. The commissioners took it up as well and said, yeah, let's do that. And so that's what I'm here for, kind of tell you where we're at. Free to answer any questions, but that's kind of the 30,000-foot view without getting too technical about what we do with the funding and how much it is, and just some ballpark numbers and some ideas for the next few years. And if we don't have any answers or questions to what we're after today, I am only one commissioner. So if the questions get too hard, I have to go back to my other two commissioners and ask all three of us at once. And so sometimes it takes a little while to get a decision out of us. So I may not be able to answer any direct questions that I have to take back to them. So just that caveat. Okay, that's me.
Thank you.
Under 5 minutes, I hope.
Questions for Commissioner Fowler? Brian?
Thanks, Commissioner Fowler. That was nice and quick. I appreciate everything you said, and I appreciate the position that you're presenting to us on this. I watched that meeting that you had, I think it was 2 weeks ago, with Council President and Councilor Lovelace, where you talked about this, and I remember Commissioner DeYoung talking about the commissioners going to the finance office and you were having some budget conversations, or you were going to go back and see if you could find some money, and I was just wondering if that had happened yet, or if there was any result of that yet.
Right, great question. We're right in the midst of that. I was talking to our finance director this morning. We're hoping to present it to the commissioners either later this week, like on Thursday, or the following Tuesday. Because, of course, we haven't had that real discussion as commissioners about the 70-30. We have the availability to put 30% towards, of our 450,000, towards 30% towards sheriff. 30% is like 135,000, so there's enough for a deputy there, whether to do court security or something. And so we want to have that whole discussion and what our 5-year plan is with economic development money. So we're having that either the end of this week or the beginning of next, and trying to get all three commissioners to go, yeah, that's what we want to do. And so we're right in the midst of that. I don't think it bears on your transient lodging tax for now. It will eventually. Like I said, we'd love to pick up that sunset if you guys decide it's going to sunset on public safety. So,
Thanks.
you bet. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Commissioner. Oh, Valerie.
Oh, and
I
I
just
got
wanted-
one more before,
Okay.
Valerie. Something I saw in my notes I forgot is at least 2 of the 3 commissioners right now are kind of against the 1% regional tourism improvement district. Probably getting the name of that exactly wrong, but Travel Oregon wants to put 1% on for a tourist recovery district. That's what it was. And commissioners are kind of against that right now because everybody's tight, and you guys might be looking into the transient tax for your public safety. And so we're kind of against that for now too, and I wanted to add that. Valerie?
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of trying to piece all this together because I've been involved in it. So you're saying, and I'm just trying to say that the 450,000 that you get right now from economic development, that doesn't have a 70-30. There's no 70-30 split on that, correct?
We're not
That's just-
spending any on law enforcement, so we aren't
Okay.
doing a 70-30. It's kind of all economic development.
Right, exactly. And so I just want to clarify that. So then when you're talking about going for the, picking up to the 12% or whatever, what the city is at outside in the county, is where that 30-70% would happen. Am I correct?
Yeah, on that 12%, and if we ever had some on top of yours.
Okay,
Right.
that's all I just wanted to clarify, is that
Right.
you were talking
Well, because
about.
just 12% in the county, we estimate it'll only make 150,000, and you start wondering if it's worth it to administer all that. It's pretty low, but it's enough. We could pay for some DMO stuff, and so we're looking into it, but we just don't know when to ask.
Right, so that's just basically, because you do have to go out to the voters too.
For the juvenile justice jail levy in
In
November.
November, but even then, if you were to put in the transit tax, you would also have to go out to
We'd have to
voters.
ask, yeah, any
Yes.
tax increase has to go to
Yes,
the people.
exactly. So I just wanted to clarify that. So that's what you're looking at and doing in the long-range planning. That's what you're thinking, is that? Okay.
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Nope, perfect.
Rick?
Thank you for coming today, Darren. There's been some discussion on if the county, the commissioners are involved with the DMO as to the amount of contribution, and you mentioned if there was a tax that would also generate money for that contribution. But if there was just some, I don't want to say minimum amount or different amount, would you be able to contribute towards that? So if you have, because my hesitation, if you have a seat on the DMO, then it seems like there should be some financial commitment there as well. Do you have any thoughts on that, how that might be approached?
Yeah, right now, if the commissioners want to start dedicating some money to public safety, we might have a problem contributing to that. As it stands, we can budget about $50,000 a year right now out of our 450, because we got 152 airports, we have 100,000 in our memberships, we have 50,000 to the Youth Pathways Program, and North Valley wastewater, 100,000, so we're at 400,000. That does leave 50 with no contingency. And so, but the North Valley one might be less this year, and so we might have more. So we're thinking of budgeting 50 for the fiscal year 21-22.
And that
But I
50
haven't had that conversation with the commissioners. We were going to propose that budget. They'd have to approve it.
So that 50,000 could go towards the DMO? Or
Yes, that would
But
be.
does that 50,000 detract from the sheriffs?
It could. It depends on if the commissioners want to put it on the law enforcement, which we're not doing anything now. And actually revenue's gone up to be fully transparent. We averaged about 450 the last 2 years. Last year, it seemed like it was going to be less in COVID, and it ended up coming back 550 in 3 quarters. So we may have 650 in a big year in 2020 and then not know what 21's doing. But if that keeps up a little higher, we would have the extra money to be able to put to the DMO. And so we're at that kind of trying to figure out what we're doing with that budget. In the past, it has not been defined very well, and I want to get it defined in a 5-year plan so people know this is where the money's planned to go. If we want to tweak it, tweak it. But I think we can go 50 to start, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but it is something.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Commissioner. Oh, DJ.
So yeah, one of the challenges I see about the prospect of sunsetting the TLT is if we were to entertain, okay, in 3 or 5 years, we would sunset this TLT, then future council would have to be aware of that because currently that 3% accounts for about $282,000. And then we can think, okay, how could we offset that? Well, it's about 8.5, 9 cents per thousand value on a tax levy. So we'd need to have a well thought out conversation to find the mechanism to keep up with that funding mechanism.
Right, that's if the public safety levy stays the same. If it changes in 3 years, if there's a different community response, because 2020 was tough to ask almost any question when people just don't know. And so I get that. But yeah, that's all part of the, hey, we want to be in the conversation all the way along. So as it changes counselors or changes commissioners, we still keep it up because it may take 3 or 5 years to get there. I agree. Okay. Well, good to see you, Rick and Valerie. Haven't seen you guys in a while. New counselors, congratulations.
Thank you. We also have Doug Bradley here from the city's Tourism Advisory Committee.
Thank you for allowing me to be here, Mayor Bristol, council members. It's truly a pleasure. My real purpose for being here is to answer any questions that you may have, but following Darren, I might offer just some food for thought. The assets for tourism that the county has will not be left off the table regardless of their participation. So it's one of the things we've really been trying to work on is bring the county on board and have them participate. They've got the wineries, they've got breweries, farm tourism, and all the natural assets that people will come to Southern Oregon to visit. One other thing is, as I listen to a lot of the budget meetings and the numbers that are thrown around, I'm not a huge numbers guy myself. However, I have been responsible for budgets in the past. But what I'd point out is communities that have embraced tourism and put a lot of support towards that have reaped benefits that have been able to close some of those gaps in the funding models that you're looking at. So I just want you to kind of consider some of those things. And as I listen as well, one of the things I think that's going to come up is a definition of what a tourism asset really is. I don't have a clear answer on that, and I don't know that anybody in the room really does at this point. That's just another thing to kind of think about is what is it that really brings a tourism into an area that's going to get them to, spend money in a hotel room, eat at our restaurants, and actually extend that stay 2 or 3 nights versus just passing up and down the freeway. I have the distinction of having run the Holiday Inn Express property, and that was a lot of our business, was just people traveling from Seattle to San Francisco, let's say, and they would just stop for a night. Part of our obligation or that we put on ourselves was to try to get people to spend more time in this community that we have, and that's what we'd rely on a DMO for. Well, again, thank you for the invitation. That's about all I have. Does anybody have questions?
Doug, did the tourism committee take a position on the 2% or 3%?
We did. We took a position on the 2%, as did the starter board. The reason for that being is we have the 3% option, but we wanted to hold back 1% because if we do the 3%, that's all of our eggs in one basket. And if we held back the 1%, there may be opportunities in the future that we could use that money for.
Thank you. DJ?
Sir, could you elaborate a little bit more on the difference between the 2% and 3% from a tourism perspective?
Well, I think that we just want to be able to hold back 1%, and this is, again, in the perspective of the Tourism Advisory Council or Committee, as well as the Tourism Starting Board. And that is to hold back that 1% for future opportunities if we miss something in the 2%. If we take the 3% now, that's really all we get. The 1% may give us an opportunity for the county to come on board later on if the council is on board with things of that nature. It just gives us an opportunity to take advantage of things that may come up down the road. I know Terry's back there. He can probably speak a little longer on that as well. So,
Understood. Thank you for the clarification.
mm-hmm.
Rick?
Thank you, Doug. We got a letter saying when we're looking at portioning and percentage-wise on the change on the lodging tax, and there's some confusion on that, and apparently you may have a different perspective. Are you familiar with that, or should that just be
A different
discussed?
perspective in as far as,
The ratios.
well, yeah, that was brought up by Terry. That might be more of an Orla question as far as how those funds are being distributed. I wouldn't necessarily bring that from the Tourism Advisory Council.
Okay.
That, and Terry will come up. He could probably answer some more questions on that. I know that he's probably prepared with that. And I think he provided a statement as well that you guys may have already received.
Terry?
Valerie?
I guess my question was, I would like to have Terry come up and speak on that. So I think it's important that we ask Terry, he wrote the letter on behalf of Orla, which is a restaurant.
Yes.
But I think it is important information that we need to know as a council.
Yeah, Terry's a great resource for all of that kind of stuff. Very reliable, and so yeah. Any questions for me? Well, thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Doug. All right, Council, we did discuss having other industry representatives come last week, and you had decided not to, but at this time, do you want Terry Hopkins to come up and answer some questions? All right. Can you come up, Terry? We call Terry Hopkins to the stand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And as you pointed out, Mayor, I also watched that.
Can you speak?
I also watched that meeting and had reached out to say, how would you like to hear from me? And so at that time, it was my understanding that an email would be appropriate. I sent that email, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But I didn't really come prepared with a speech.
Questions?
I think you all have it in the email, though.
Valerie?
Yeah, I just want clarification, and I kind of kept a part of it. 2003 is, first of all, when the bill was passed, correct, that put the 70 and 30. So anything that was before 2003 was, that's why we were grandfathered in, because I think ours came forward in 2001. Am I correct? And anything previous to that, that's why we were able to stay with the 30% to tourism and 70% to general fund, correct?
Yes, so House Bill 2267, and Adam has referred to that multiple times in his presentation, dictated at that time, I think it was July 1st, 2003, any new transient lodging taxes that were added after that time would be subject to a 70-30 split. And as I watched the presentation, I think it was very clear and very well done that that 70-30 split would happen on the new 2 or 3% that you are considering. The challenge that I face in my letter, and I put a reference in there on the legal guidebook for administering transient lodging taxes that's provided by the League of Oregon Cities, specifically states, and as you say, Valerie, because yours, excuse me, Councilor Lovelace, was enacted prior to that 2003 date, the City of Grants Pass already had those funds allocated at a percentage that wasn't 70-30, and that was totally acceptable. They were able to keep it at that. But it's my understanding from reading the guidance from the League of Oregon Cities that whatever you had that at, knowing that it wasn't 70-30 in the case of the City of Grants Pass, it's almost flip-flop, it's 30-70, that what you had on that date in 2003 needed to stay. And so some of the concerns I saw with the presentation was that the new 2 or 3% tax that you're considering is being allocated appropriately. However, I question whether the reduction in the current allocation of taxes, both the 7 and the 2% that were enacted prior to that date of 2003, in many of those scenarios, the amount of that's being sent to tourism promotion and tourism related facilities is being reduced.
Okay, and so that brings me to the question that I said, information pertaining to new transient lodging taxes as well as grandfathers can be found in the League of Oregon Cities. Okay, so it's talking about the pre-existing, and it says that it has, you're saying that the guidance says it needs to stay, the previous ones are. And did I hear a rumor that that there's been lawsuits in the state as a result of that, or?
There are certain county court wins. One of them is being appealed, but they do specifically relate to how allocations pre-2003 and post-2003 have been handled. If you wanted to look it up, I think the city of Bend in Deschutes County is a recent one. Also in that guidebook from the League of Oregon Cities, the beneath part that I quote, you'll see a very specific example. In their example, I think that they use a 50-50 split and kind of talk through how that would go.
Okay, thank you.
Mark?
Yeah, so Councilor Lovelace, I was going to speak to that as well. The ORS provisions on local transient lodging taxes, there's really two ways of looking at it, and I think in the letter that you speak of, the trade group is looking at it as really two separate pots of money. You have the pre-2003 money, that's kind of, they're looking at it as a snapshot in time, and then you have the post-2003 money, which we'd be looking at creating that by adding an additional tax. And so when you look at the provisions, it does state that you cannot reduce, let me find the exact spot right here. It says you may not decrease the percentage of total transient lodging taxes below that 70-30 split. So you're grandfathered in the original pot of money, which is not a 70-30 split. We all agree that if you do anything after that, it has to be that 70-30 split. The question is, are these two separate pots of money, or can you commingle those? If the net result of the increase actually increases the amount allocated toward tourism from the amount that's pre-2003, does that vindicate you? Those are all fair questions. When Adam and I originally looked at it, I was of the opinion that we could probably go ahead and add that and still be in compliance with the law. I read the League of Oregon Cities guidance on it. It suggests that you should look at it as two separate pots of money, but it also states that it's an open question. It's open to a couple different interpretations. When I originally looked, there was no appellate law guidance on it, so no case law, no binding judicial decisions on it to guide us, unfortunately. There's a case out of Bend, and is that up at the Court of Appeals now? It was, I couldn't really tell. I saw they filed an appeal, but I don't know if it's still going.
Yeah, they won at the circuit court level. The city of Bend is appealing that, and it's COVID related. It should have already happened, but
okay.
it will be any
Yeah,
day.
so Bend had a dispute over it the facts of that case, from what I could glean from the court filings, are distinguishable from ours. However, in the one important aspect of it is that what Ben did served to actually decrease the pre-2003 allocation, whereas what we would be doing would increase the overall allocation. So it's an open question. I mean, there is a risk that if we go ahead and do that, someone could sue and say, "Oh no, you're not in compliance with this." And unfortunately, it's one of those things you don't know how it's going to turn out until someone sues you and until you get a court and they render a decision. So it could go either way, I would say.
I just want to add to that from the standpoint of Mark and Adam looking at this from that perspective, we were trying to give council a tool, thinking out of the box on how can we provide you with the most flexibility of providing resources to public safety. And that was looking at the rules associated with that. We felt as though there was a good chance that we could do that. Obviously, other cities have thought something similar. If council does not want to take on that challenge or that potential challenge that might occur, you can always still increase your lodging taxes and just have a straight on the 2% that you increase, a 70-30 split, and don't change anything else, and you still get additional resources for travel tourism and for public safety. It's just a little bit less. Instead of like 188,000, it's like 113,000 or whatever it is. And then there's no question at all about the way the allocations are put forward to what you're using them for.
Any other questions for me?
Any more questions? Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Terry. Do we have a comment about this? Yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment because I appreciate Terry's letter that he sent us to keep us informed. And I also followed the advice of the letter and looked at the Oregon City's legal guide to collecting transient lodging tax. And I zeroed in on the exact same sentence Mark did. The quote is, the local government may not decrease the percentage of total TLT revenues. And I think that's the interpretation that Adam originally used. And I would agree with that interpretation, just for me.
So just to give some context and some numbers to the conversation, if that's helpful, this total, oh, I did not want to do that. That total allocation toward tourism promotion and tourism-related facilities is exactly the interpretation that I was shooting for, with the full intent of identifying as much discretionary dollars as could be had from a potential reallocation. So that, in this particular option, which is the 2%, even reducing the amount of the current taxes that are going to tourism-related facilities from 70% of our current 2% down to 50% still increases the total. So this option very much relies heavily on the word total. However, I've also presented options of doing the simpler, less questionable option of just adding the 2% or the 3% and doing that allocation at those rates. The options that I've given have also put the full 70% at tourism promotion. That could also be split up 35, or whatever council wanted to do within this tourism group. So that is another option as well. With the reallocations, I think, let me bring this one up. I believe it's this one where it's simplified and increases the flexibility, changes it from the current 9% equaling 45.56%. This particular allocation makes our current 9% like 38% instead of 35%. However, if you rely on that word total, the total percentage towards tourism promotion and related facilities is increased from 45.56 to 46% even.
Brian and then Rob.
So just to kind of hopefully streamline this before we dive into the numbers, I think it might be easier if council had a discussion about narrowing it down if we want to do 2% or 3% to start with, and then looking at the different options for whatever percent we pick after that, as opposed to kind of juggling back and forth. So I just wanted to propose that.
Rob, then Valerie.
So, Mark, obviously, anybody can sue for anything. Who would be likely to sue if these allocations, who would be disgruntled, who would be harmed?
Well, it could be the trade group, Oregon Restaurant Lodging Association could sue, or an individual hotelier could sue. Those would be the likely plaintiffs.
Valerie.
Yeah, I'm just going to put my two things forward. Number one, obviously, I believe very much that tourism is a driver in our economy and will continue to be a driver. It feeds our downtown. It feeds, that's a huge part of who we are. So I do not believe in going to 3% because I know, some of the larger hotels, I know that the Riverside was against the 3% because it would put us higher than Medford, and they just felt that that was a little bit out of line to do that, and I would support that to a certain extent. I also think that if you invest in something that's an economic driver, you're going to get your money back again. And I believe very strongly in building this DMO and giving them the amount of money they need, because I will tell you, if you look at Bend and you look at the cities that have truly created themselves, they have put the money behind it to do that, and that's something we haven't done. So to me, it is very important that we do and put our money in there. I've also, through the years, in my council time, I've watched so many things go to public safety that it's been truly frightening. I saw at one point in time we had the franchise fees, which is another thing we looked at, the option of, and that was only $600,000 at the time, but somewhere in the budget process that got switched over from being on the water bill, which I felt meant it should be tied in somehow with water, to public safety. And we know that that's increased to almost $1 million since that time, because franchise fees have been lucrative. And anytime we raise our water rate, the franchise fees go up because it's a percentage. And the same thing I see happening here is public safety keeps kind of creeping. And I think there's a point in time where we have to say no. At this point, we need to put our money into the tourism, and we need to do the 70-30, which is, how I feel, and put 2% there and follow the advice of both the Tourism Advisory Committee and the DMO Starter Board. So that's what I'm going to stand behind, is to keep it at 2% and go with a 70-30 split.
Brian.
So to be clear, the next thing on our agenda is the budget exercise again, and we've already got 3% on there. So that number that the 1.75 million that we're supposedly have locked in is with 3%. So if we go to 2%, we're already going to be knocking off 100,000 that we got to find somewhere else. And then the other thing to be mindful of is none of this is taking money away from tourism. In all of these scenarios, tourism is getting significantly more money. For example, on the 3%, just one slide, they're going from 771,000 to 1.03 million. So none of these scenarios are going to be taking away the net gain from tourism. So I don't want anyone to have that impression. And I'm in favor of sticking with the 3%. Not totally sure which scenario of 3% yet, but the 3%.
Vanessa.
I would like to echo what you just said, Councillor DeLaGrange. I'm also in support of keeping the 3% that we've been working on.
All right. Well, let's continue this discussion when we get to public safety funding. which, since we do have a number of our budget committee members have stayed on, I assume they're more interested in public safety funding than agenda reviews. Shall we hold off and do agenda review after we do our public safety discussion? Okay with that? All right. We will roll into public safety funding. Keep you on your toes, Adam, sorry.
No problem. All right. So here is the most updated version of the GAP worksheet. I can minimize the staff recommendations and get us zoomed in a little bit here. Hopefully that's a little more visible for you. This column I is the 1.75 million that has been identified and discussed so far. As was mentioned, that does include both the additional tax plus a general fund advantageous reallocation. And then there was the additional 1%, just pointing those out as part of a continuation of the prior conversation. But with that, I will also echo what Aaron has presented to council, and to also reiterate what I mentioned in the budget committee orientation is I'm definitely not giving you the exact perfect dollar amount of what the gap is. This is definitely a good faith best estimate that I can make. Obviously, a $2 million gap identification is better than a $1 million gap identification. We are certainly at a point where staff needs to start plugging in numbers. We have thousands and thousands of accounts to get plugged in, whether that's done by our accounting software at very detailed level at the payroll and human resources side, but also that has a huge ripple effect on the different charges, the internal service fund charges, and that also affects the utility. So it's a big web of interrelated numbers that very much are affected by the decisions made on this gap. So with that, I'm turning it back over to council for
I just want to add to that also, further discussion that Adam and I had in preparation for today's meeting is ultimately, like Adam mentioned, we're at a point where we really need to start adding numbers in order to develop a budget for the budget committee. And if at the end of today we had some direction from council, that would be amazing. That would be really great. And even if it was at $1.75 million, that would be a huge success. 1.5, huge success. Whatever that number is, that is going to be something that is representing a lot of hard work and thought that council put into looking at level of service changes and or new revenues. And as we mentioned, it's a range. We're trying to shoot for the 2 million. But if we can get to a point where you have consensus at 1.75, then we can continue to monitor this and we can say we're success at 1.75. And maybe year 2, we look at this and we take a look at where we are and project year 2 and 3 to see if we need to come back for the additional 250 or something along those lines. So we talked about that. Again, the $1 to $2 million. $2 million is our target, but if we're short of that target, we still have 3 years that we're trying to plan things out, and we're doing our best guess estimate to make sure that we fall within our financial parameters. And there's some wiggle room, either high or low. It could be that we need to, if we actually are looking at this, even if we did 2 million, we might need to look at a little more, or we might need to look at a little less. But my point is, even if we get to 1.75 today, that is a success, and we think we can move forward with progress on that. Is that equal sort of our conversation we had?
Absolutely.
All right, I was thinking of starting with the additional 3% lodging tax. Did you have something else? Somewhere else you were heading, Rick?
I had a different comment, but I would be willing to consider the 2% as well, if you're taking a poll of that at this time.
Okay, we have several hands up, but I guess I was going to first propose, since we were discussing just a moment ago this 2% versus 3%, and looking at the chart, we had all 7 counselors in favor of the 2%, and 5 were previously in favor of adding that 3rd%. I just wanted to do a a check of heads to see if that's still where we're at. DJ?
So I appreciate you wanting to start there. However, the discussion I think needs to rot from the discussion about what are we going to do with that $100,000 difference that's going to manifest if we do 2% or 3%.
Well, I think we need to just
So what I'd
determine.
like to do is talk about this document that I had asked for this morning, because I think that is pertinent to this discussion. That basically spells out the funding mechanisms for public safety in its simplest terms. $330,000 from TLT currently, $21.8 million from property taxes, and $4.5 million, which makes up 83% of our current discretionary funds. I think that's really important for everybody to familiarize yourself with those numbers, because at the very least, from my perspective, we might have a $2 million shortfall that we're facing right now, but I see this as a $7.4 million shortfall because we're contributing the sum of 4.5 and 2 is $6.5 million shortfall. Because if I look at the big picture of things, $4.5 million out of our $5.4 million of general fund discretionary dollars are going to public safety. And any decision that we make on these budget cuts that directly affect something that contributes more of our discretionary fund to going into public safety exacerbates this problem that we're having of our financing mechanisms are not growing as fast as our public safety is growing. So I just wanted to bring that out before we started this quasi ultimate discussion on the public safety.
Rob?
I definitely appreciate that viewpoint, DJ. And I'd like to maybe I'll just even read it. It was an email I sent out to individual counselors over the weekend. For me, it was kind of getting the big picture of what it is that we're attempting to do here. And it says, reviewing the task of balancing our public safety shortfall, I'm trying to reconcile the job presented to us with the message the public sent when defeating the safety levy last fall. I do not believe the public was saying we are denying a tax increase that would more closely cover true public safety costs, but we are asking the council to find ways to increase fees and revenues in lieu of the increase we voted down. Nowhere have I heard it said or written that the public was asking us to fund public safety by adding or raising fees. I believe it was clear that the public was mandating cuts, not increases. I think that that's part of the email, but I think that every counselor who's interested in adding any fee or increase anywhere first has to be willing to say where are they going to cut, where are they going to listen to the public. We have lines R24, which is a potential $900,000 cut to public safety. We have lines R82 and 84, which are cuts to overtime. And I think before we finalize any increases in any fees, whether that's the tourism lodging tax or whether that's the planning or the business taxes, I think that we have to know that we need to make cuts to public safety because it was public safety levy that was voted down. It was not any other levy, it was the public safety levy. And it's very clear to me that the public was saying, you guys have enough money, manage it. Or they were saying, cut public safety. I'm not sure which, but it's one of those two things they were saying. And it may be a combination. But I think that we would blatantly be ignoring the will of the people if we didn't look at where we're going to cut first before we talk about where we're going to add, which basically circumvents the levy being voted down. And I think that we need to really solidify our cuts before we talk about what we're going to add.
All right, I'm going to take this back to Rick, since he was the first with his hand up.
Well, I was heading, if on the first screen there, Rob, I like what you're saying, and I think that warrants, I just don't know if we want to jump around or just go down through the order at the moment and see where we end up. And as we reach those different levels, then have that discussion. So the discussion I was looking at was on the R4. And I realize there's only 3 of us in there at the moment. But I guess if we're looking at trying to get expenses under control, it seems like while that's not a guaranteed amount for the 3 years, the $60,000 for the false alarms has 2 effects. Temporarily, it creates additional revenue, but also the ultimate is to get more control of it so we aren't sending fire and police out to a false alarm. And if they have a limitation on their personnel and time and how it's been spent, I think being more efficient actually would be a plus. So I would be petitioning other council members to come on board for that amount.
I believe we agreed to discuss the false alarm fee at a future meeting, but also that it's not a consistent revenue source to be looked at for this purpose. Is where we
I realize it's not a consistent revenue source, but any of these figures we're looking at here are not locked in stone, and they're not guaranteed. So they may come in above or they may come in below. And to me, it's an item that can help us where we're at.
Vanessa, then Joel?
Councilor Fazer, you had mentioned something about this handout about the funding mechanism exacerbate the problem. Can you clarify that? I'm not clear.
Sure. So let's use planning fees as an example, or let's use planning fees as an example. So what will happen there is the planning department being an enterprise fund, by saying that we're going to allocate $100,000 planning fees to support general fund. What that's actually going to do is it's going to increase planning fees so they can be a more self-sufficient enterprise fund to alleviate pressure from general fund resources being funneled to the planning department, so we can allocate more general funds to public safety, and then therefore in effect increasing the amount of general fund support that we give to public safety.
Thank you.
Joel?
So I have several thoughts. Rick, I'm okay with putting in the one-time shot and see where we're going, realizing we don't know, but it's a good thing to do anyway with a false alarm fee. So I would agree with you on that. I'd also agree with Rob on the reducing the public response to certain calls, based upon the election and what happened there, to the tune of $208,000. I think that's a good thing. The other thing, though, that I strive to, what the election told me, and as I look at that, the past council bought some property that was fairly controversial. They had 2 pieces that were up in the air about that. There was a condemnation going on, and several people disagreed with that. There was a lot of things going on. The other interesting thing that I don't understand in my community, I view myself as a strong supporter of public safety, not because for their own benefit, but because of the community citizens. And so as such, I bought some signs and we put them out. Every one of them was stolen for supporting the public levy. Now, the people that didn't support the police wouldn't do that, in terms of the reasons that Rob said. There was something else going on there that freedom of speech that we have and how we respect each other, regardless of our positions, that we need to recognize that element and deal with it in a positive manner that doesn't continue if we can have that control. So that upsets me a little bit, and I'm not sure how to interpret that, Rob, in addition to what you've said in your interpretations. The other thing that I think is real, in addition to what everybody has said up to this point in date, is there's a certain segment of our community that uses our resources that do not pay their fair share. And the property owners within the city limits subsidize them. Part of those are the tourists that come here, visitors. I don't know what the population swells like during the day for people that live in the county and use our roads. They go poop in our bathrooms, in their bathrooms as well. They flush the toilet and they wash their hands, and the people that own land in the city subsidize that use as well. I've had several friends that have moved outside the city limits so they didn't have to pay their fair share. And it's just an economic incentive. And so when I look at things like the tourism tax on 2 to 3%, and then I look at our property owners and what they're subsidizing, that amount of money that tax doesn't bother me. In fact, I think it provides some justice to those people that are right now probably paying more than their fair share. So that's where I'm at there.
Brian?
So, in hopes of keeping this productive, I just want to first make sure that Adam heard Joel say on R4 he would support that. And then I also believe he said on R24 he would support the 208 number. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joel?
No, you're right.
Okay. And then, sure. And then I also, I had a few other things. I don't know how far I'll get before someone else wants to chime in, but I had a conversation with Councilor Riker discussing not only R24, but also the overtime line. And I just thought maybe we could work on that overtime line because I know we have a few different ones, and it's down in the R80s, down at the bottom. And I know that there's varied support for different amounts, so if we could somehow come to a majority on one of those lines, that would be productive.
Rick?
Adam, on R85, you can put me in there for 162. And then also on R84 as well.
I'm sorry, what was that second one?
Then R84, overtime, 106.
DJ?
Sure, yeah. I think it's a good idea to just start talking about individual items and moving on once we have satisfaction. I had thought about the overtime combining with the comments that the chief made about mandating his overtime and how challenging that could be. I'm not in favor of mandating reducing his overtime. What I am in favor is adding that 106 to R24 and putting that in his field to say, okay, you don't have to reduce your overtime, but you have to reduce your budget by $106,000. That way, we heard some really troubling examples. There's an emergency call or otherwise, and sorry, you can't have a police officer because that would get us outside of that 10% overtime threshold. And I really don't want to mandate that. I am not the public safety expert here. Our public safety expert, I think, is capable of handling that R24, which I'm considering to be sort of like a catch-all category for these, using the R83 as a really good example. So personally, just to reiterate, I'm not comfortable in mandating overtime, but for those kind of items that I'm not comfortable with, I'm going to be putting them right into R24.
Brian?
Yeah, it seems like R24 is going to kind of be the catch-all at the end of this for anything we're not able to figure out, and we're probably going to need to have a subsequent discussion about what R24 line actually means, whether it's full discretion to the chief or whether there's things we want to make sure aren't cut. But I do agree that that line is important, and it's important that we figure out eventually what that line exactly means. I did have one question just to follow up with Aaron. I sent out an email asking for the total cost of the GP Now printing and mailing, and also in addition with the compensation for the information coordinator position, just a total number, so we can know what that total amount is for purposes of this conversation.
Yeah, I sent an email back that highlighted some of that information. I'm pulling it up right now so I can give you the right numbers. The budget from a total, not just general fund support, but a total budget, I believe, is about $73,000 for salary and benefits. And go here.
So I'm seeing 73 for salary and benefits, and then approximately 31,000 annual cost for GP Now, which would be a total of about 104,000 combined.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not wanting to, I want to give you the right numbers here, and I'm trying to pull up my,
Can we continue to have further discussions about public safety, overtime, et cetera, like we started, and give you some time to get those numbers for us? Thanks.
Valerie?
Yeah, like I said, this is a very difficult discussion, decision. And, I spent a lot of time, and I do read the emails, and I do agree with what Rob said. I mean, what I heard from the community was that we need to cut public safety. And as I said earlier, when I watch the franchise fees move over there, and then I watch our tourism dollars go over there, I become alarmed because I feel like in some ways we've created this monster that somehow we have to tame. And that's kind of the message that I got. I got two messages, and I also heard the message from Joel that you were also saying that there was a lot of people that felt that we had bought properties that, that was an uncomfortable situation too. So there were other things involved. But one thing it did make me do, I still stand strongly that we need to just stay with 2%. I think we can find other ways other than, the possibility of going to a lawsuit or even just fuddling around with, I think 12% would be fine. So I'm going to stand strong with that. But because of that, I was willing to go back and say, which I've never been willing to touch before, was the 900,000. And I said, okay, I can go with, and I don't know where it came up with 208,246. And why isn't $210,000? Because that, to me, it makes a whole lot more sense. To how that came up, I don't know. But so I decided, yeah, I could put $210,000 in that category. And I could even go for the 10% overtime, because obviously we need to cut it. And if that means that 30,000 comes out of special events, and sometimes special events need to put in money for public safety, then maybe that's what needs to happen. So I was willing to go up to the 210,000 and also the 106,000 on the overtime. But two things that I still struggle with: 2% tax, and I still believe that and this goes back to the thing with a lot of people feeling upset with Dollar Mountain and our purchase of Dollar Mountain, and how much money out of the money from Dollar Mountain, on top of the $1.1 million to pay it off, we also designated, I think, something $700,000 or something going towards developing it. And I know that that's unrealistic. But the reality of it is I support the next phase of Dollar Mountain, but that's 100,000, 88,000 of which we got a grant. I do think that we're better off to take some of that money out of Dollar Mountain, which the money from the sale of the Rogue River Reserve, that was an asset that we sold. It came out of general fund money. It did not just come out of parks money. It came out of the general fund and needs to go back in the general fund. I still believe that you need to take that asset and help down the debt service on the public safety building, because nobody asked specifically. We didn't go out for a bond on the public safety building. We went out for a bond when we did the fire station, but we didn't go out for a bond. We just took that in ourselves. And so that means that the lease was $84,000. Currently, public safety is paying $540,000 per year in rent. that is a hit. And it's a hit because that's how we chose to finance it. And I feel like the asset or the money that comes from the asset and the sale of Dollar Mountain, a certain amount of that should go to pay off the asset. And it is an asset. Our public safety building now, if you ever saw what it was before, it is truly an asset to this community. And I think a lot of people in the community would think, okay, they're putting $1.1 million to pay off Dollar Mountain, which was written into the contract. Can they put some of that money in to help pay for the public safety building? And I think that we have a responsibility to do that. So I'm willing to say, yes, I'm taking money out of your budget because that needs to happen. But I'm also willing to say, I put that public safety building and supported the building of that public safety building. It's an asset, and we need to take some of that money and pay down the debt service. So that's my trade-off.
All right, let's catch up on a couple of these lines just to make sure that we're still on the same page of where we previously were. On the additional 3% for the lodging tax, line R5, we had 5 counselors who indicated that they were comfortable with the 3%. Is anybody changing their mind? Or are we still at 5 there?
Yeah, put me down to 2%.
So remove you from the 3%?
So you're moving.
Yeah, put me from 3%. Yeah, there you go. Yep,
Just
yep.
All right, we're still at 4 in support of 3%.
Sure, and the reasons I'm doing it, pretty simple. Tourism Advisory, DMO Starter Board, Brad Niva, the county commissioners, all just basically said, hey, how about you slow this down a little bit? And that's pretty much everybody involved with this decision. And furthermore, I don't think tourism lodging tax dollars is an appropriate mechanism for public safety, so I'm totally willing to knock that down to 2%.
Okay, is everybody else staying firm there? Okay, another one that keeps coming up, or Valerie just brought this one up, is line number R79, which was allocating $250,000 of the River Road Reserve funds. And we had previously just 3 counselors in support of allocating those funds towards the police headquarters. Is anybody wanting to change their mind one way or the other on that one? Adam?
So I'm actually going to lobby against this one, sorry Val, because this is just a really roundabout way of saying let's contribute more general fund discretionary dollars to public safety. So we have general fund that purchased a park, we sold the park, it goes back into the general fund purse, we reallocate to public safety. So that's what's really happening here. This is a favor for $500 million more general fund allocation to public safety, which I'm getting way out of favor for.
Rob? Oh.
Yeah, I think I agree with DJ on that. I just can't imagine that when we sold Rogue River Reserve that's where we imagined that the money was going to go. It just seems like it's kind of, I'm not going to say bait and switch, but it seems like, well, you could almost say bait and switch. That was not, I don't think, the intent of where that money was supposed to go. I appreciate Valerie's position on that. I just don't think I agree with it. I'd like to bring up something else.
Please stay on this line.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Joel?
I do agree with Valerie, and that where I'm coming from is the citizens see what we do with their money. And we sold some property and it's coming in, and so what do we do with that? And then we ask for more money to support the police, and we don't touch the money that was coming in from the property. And I get a lot of people asking me, well, what you doing with that? And if we had to allocate that money, we would rather allocate that money to the police force and keep the levy at the same, or even, so I'm okay with that, Valerie, and I support your position. Well, it's not your position, but I would support taking the asset that we had there and helping to pay for the asset that we have downtown.
Rick?
So I also agree with Valerie and Joel, as it shows up there at the 250. Again, River Road Reserve was a capital item, and we're moving this over into a capital item, so it's not going to be spent on something else. But I guess I would be willing to entertain the rest of the council, in order to be on board, was uncomfortable with 250. If we lowered it to 150 or 100,000, would that bring them on board?
All right, at this time, we just have 3 counselors who have indicated support for the 250. Is anybody interested in changing their mind one way or another on that line? Rob?
So I'm not trying to be wishy-washy, but I'm willing to keep that in my mind as open-minded on that. I'm just not ready to change my mind at this moment, but I will soon, one way or another, be finalized on that.
Okay. And then on items 84 and 85, I now have 5 counselors. I had written in, must be Valerie on the 106. Is that correct, Valerie? Okay. So I'm at 5. So are five counselors in support of both those items, or there was some suggestion of grouping these things together? Oh, I see. Those are actually, I'm sorry, those are 2 totally different items. I was reading the wrong lines. Okay, so we have 5 counselors in support of reducing the OT budget by $106,000. Brian?
Just for housekeeping, that is not auto-populating on the council line, that particular line, the 106, in column I. It's
Correct.
not.
Based on how the conversation went 2 weeks ago, there was the preference, and then there was the agreement to add it to the total identified. So that would be step 2, is
I see.
we have 5 in favor.
Okay, well, I think at this time we have 5 in favor, so let's go ahead and add it over there. Rob?
So, Adam, on that Rogue River Reserve debt service, for instance, what's the total debt on that? Can you tell us the total debt? Ballpark is close enough, but
It is $6 million principal, that was the loan amount, and $939,000 of interest.
so we're likely going to refinance that in a couple of years was the plan, right?
Yes, sir.
That was the plan. So if we were to pay off $100,000 or $200,000 of that, it just means that 3 years from now, we're going to be refinancing slightly less.
We wouldn't be able to refinance the current debt until we get to year 7, so it'd be another 5 years
5
from
years.
now before we could do that.
Okay.
But yes, that would reduce the total interest that we end up paying on the total loan by paying some of that down.
So it would just be the interest on, say, the 250 or the 100 or whatever, that whatever figure that was decided on, it's just interest on the, that's the difference of paying it now versus paying it a little later.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Rick?
But Adam, we have a yearly payment on that loan, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much is the yearly payment?
$507,000
Okay, so,
until fiscal year 28 and 29, but that would be the point that we would try and refinance it and keep those similar payments, but extending the term of the debt.
so where I'm heading with that conversation, while we're not reducing our debt or our obligation, we are providing a funding source to make the payment by designating it on there.
So this option, even at the reduced amount of supplementing that payment, $250,000, would benefit the general fund for 3 years. That's the current annual benefit that there could be. The long-term benefit to the city, which I believe is the other option that's being discussed, is setting those funds aside to then pay down the principal of the loan when we can to reduce the overall cost of that debt. But we wouldn't be able to do that for about 5 years.
So my vote would be to supplement the yearly payments, but I realize it's not reducing the principal, which would be nice to do, but we can't do at this point.
All right, at this time, we don't have adequate support for using River Road Reserve funds for the police headquarters. But we do have now 5 in favor of not adding those 2 additional FTE for the parks, and you have that on your list. So Brian?
In the interest of what DJ said earlier and what I think is probably true, the chief can back, he can support or deny this, but having the overtime as a separate line and then having R24 as another line, it might be easier if those just are combined ultimately. We don't have to do it right now, but maybe the chief could speak to that for a moment as to, how he feels about the overtime breakout as opposed to the other line.
The overtime line, as I mentioned earlier, and I certainly don't mean to be a doom and gloom, but we're tapped with overtime. We need that overtime money, so that does concern me about a level of service or a continued level of service. I'd rather see that money put somewhere else so I could take another look at additional freezes or additional operating cuts.
All right, so with that being said, right now we do have 5 in support of keeping it at reducing the overtime. Is there interest in moving that to just more of a general pot at the discretion of the chief? You're going to have to speak up and cross your name off as being in support of line R84. Valerie?
Just have one other question, because another one that came, I know was up to discuss was the CSO, the 88,000 for the CSO downtown. And I remember at one point in time you mentioned that if we started going into the $900,000 that would impact that as well, and that if we even at this point said, well, we want to see a CSO down there, if you had to make more cuts somewhere else, that may not be an option for us. So I would like to have all that clarified.
Yeah, that number specifically, right now we're looking at 2 CSOs. One was the downtown parking and one was a freeze of an additional CSO person. With the $900,000, as I understood it when we did this exercise, that was pushed forward from another exercise. So that's in concert with the $2 million exercise that we performed. I think ultimately it gives me an opportunity as the council is wanting to add those additional dollars within the $900,000 line, that I would have to look at maybe additional CSOs, completely getting rid of the cadet program, freezing additional records personnel. Then we have there's a lot of additional personnel freezes that I'd have to take a look at along with the operating budget, because when we put together the $2 million exercise, at the $1.5 million, I clearly remember that was the line. That was your line in the sand that there's nothing left to cut. So I would have to go into a freeze personnel phase past that.
All right, do we have anybody wanting to take their name off of line 84, or are we going to leave line 84? DJ?
Yeah, so pertinent to discussion, but not exactly what you've asked for, is Brian has mentioned it, Valerie's mentioned it. At the core of this conversation, we have R24, and there's a lot of topics about R24, and there's things in this document that are linked to that number, and then have since been taken out as separate items, but it hasn't reduced that number, right? The initial thing that I thought about this was, for example, we've been really explicit. Let's use shutting down a fire station. Well, if we showed no favor for, which we haven't, and we have this $900,000 category, I think that's pretty much saying that you can't touch that one. Or women's crisis support, can't touch that one either. Or CSO presence downtown, need 0 favor for that. I'm not saying we had 0 favor per se, but hey, you can't touch that one either. So we're gonna have to really talk about what that R24 category means before we start really adding more numbers to it. Going line by line like what we're talking about here might be a good exercise to do. Over time, seems like that's something that should be put into that category. What else should be put into that category, and when are we gonna get to the point where we're asking too much from the chief while also excluding some of these items that are explicitly stated?
Aaron?
So, Councilor Fazer, thank you for mentioning that. That's one thing I wanted to mention to council, if we keep adding to that one R24 line item, whatever. So whatever you don't choose off of all the itemized things, if we were to tell if you were to tell staff, cut an additional 250,000 out of that line, we would first want to go to what we've already itemized as potential cuts. And if you're saying, no, the things that we identified here don't touch, then the cuts that we would propose would be even deeper from a level of service reduction than what you're seeing here. We've tried to minimize the level of service changes with the options that we have. So if you've said no to these things, if we had to cut an additional 250 out of that one item, it would be worse from an impact perspective than what we've proposed right now.
And to add on to that, I would like to say that a lot of these exercises, what we're doing is we're trying to be very cognizant of noticeable reductions of level of service. One of my concerns that I'm having is if our constituents don't notice a level of service and we cut these other things, they don't understand the importance of the public safety levy, and we're going to run into this again in 3 years. So the only way to truly have this community understand the importance of this public safety levy and how it affects public safety is to unfortunately have a noticeable change in the level of service that we get from public safety. Otherwise, it's going to be, what's a big deal? $1.79 was just fine, and we're going to get in more and more trouble down the road. That's what I think.
Joel and Vanessa?
So, I'm thinking we're about good right now. We got the budget process coming up, and it's a dynamic process. It's not a static process. I think we've done very well up to this point in time, and we're going to make adjustments as we go through. And depending on what the revenue and what the costs are, they'll be in whatever direction that takes us and what the level of service we want. But what I see is a law of diminishing returns, and that we probably need to finish up this discussion and move on.
Vanessa?
My original understanding of R24, as it's labeled verbatim, is reduced police response to certain calls. It was my understanding that this had nothing to do with the women's crisis team, that this would have nothing to do with technical equipment through the firefighter division. This is specifically police response to certain calls. So I think it would be really important going forward getting some clarification on that other things are not lumped into this that don't belong in this based on that original definition. My very original understanding of this is, to give a very specific example, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, for nonviolent criminal offenses, a police report can be conducted over the phone. For example, somebody throws a rock into your car window, it's parked on the street, you take a police report over the phone, there's nobody nearby. So that's my original understanding of that, and I don't think it should have anything to do with the other services that were just previously mentioned.
All right, so again, on this issue of overtime, are you going to leave it delineated, or should we talk about moving it into R24 to give the chief the flexibility of controlling his staffing? So right now, I'm just going to go through and ask the 5 of you who indicated you're in support, whether or not you're still in support, so we can move off of that item. Riker, the question is whether or not you want to keep reducing overtime by 10%.
No, I will remove my support of that.
De La Grange?
I would move my support to the other line. I would not remove it.
Well, we're going to come back to R24
Oh,
next. So are you in favor of making it be overtime is what I'm asking.
I will remove.
Okay, Valerie Lovelace?
I will remove.
Okay, Pell?
I'll remove it.
OJ?
No.
All right, she's going to leave it there. Okay, which then brings us back to R24. And do you want to add it, an increase? Right now, we've kind of got an agreement towards 208,000 as a baseline, but we could potentially add another 106 or more, Brian?
I would like to add the 106 to my line item, so it would be 316, 246.
Thank you. Anybody else wanting to make a change to their number on R24?
Yeah, I removed mine, so you might as well put 106 onto my line item. No, the sum of the two numbers previous. Yes.
So that would be 457.
That is not what I wanted to do.
Yeah, it would be the sum of the 351, 314, and 106.
I think he's trying to work that out there. Rick?
I guess I'm willing to go with the 208, but I'm hesitant because staff has not supported touching that line item, and I'm not sure if we should be looking at other staff recommendations that are already there to come up with that amount than touching that line item. And I guess I would like to hear from the chief again. If we are looking for 200,000, instead of putting it under that line item of our 24, do you have a preference of the significant item that maybe you've already considered before?
When I initially and originally put together the $2 million exercise, that would be my go back to response. And I do notice up there that I thought when I put this together, it was a fair and equitable across the board budget cut. And I do think that there are some frozen positions up there that council has not considered that they should reconsider. And that would include the firefighter position as one of them.
And I was just looking at that recently, and I guess I would like to throw my hat in the ring to freeze those firefighter positions when you get back to that level.
Okay, that's R27. If we could add 105 for Rick. Adam?
So R24, as it has kind of evolved into a discretionary line item, if it's going to stay as a discretionary line item, I believe council would also have to make the determination, do not touch these specific things, but you may touch these other items. As the chief said, that 900,000 was definitely a carryover from a previous exercise. It was not removed, just so that it didn't look like staff was trying to take things off of the list that had been presented before. So I believe the way the conversation had gone last time, it was very discretionary for staff, but now it sounds like they're putting, you may want some requirements or limitations on what that discretion can be used on.
Rob?
Yeah, I'd like to add my 106 to line 24. So I had 250 and then the 106. And I think that it goes really beyond what I think the chief is ready to discuss today or what the council is ready to decide on today as to exactly what parameters we will end up, or what guidance we'll end up giving to staff and to public safety on what would be our preferences. I think that's a discussion potentially for another day far down the line. It's possible that, I mean, in other words, if we vote for today to make a cut on line 24, I don't think that the chief is ready or we are ready today to discuss where those final cuts will be and what they'll look like. So I think we can do that in the future. I don't think that we have to be locked into that today.
And if I may, to that point, talking about the dollar amount, reaching a dollar gap or target is great, but the primary purpose of this discussion is to determine levels of service. So for today, in getting staff the direction to move forward with the budget process, the dollar amount, at least as far as today's conversation, is not the most important item to consider. For example, we have $1.8 million up here, but that's including lodging tax numbers that will likely decrease per the conversation earlier today. So taking those out definitely reduces that number. Doesn't mean that the conversation is over, but as far as the direction we need today, it's on levels of service, and the dollar amount is secondary to that at this point.
Add the lodging tax back in, because what got them to agree.
Yeah.
Rob?
For that, I congratulate you.
So, Adam, I appreciate your position and what your task is, but I think that we need to remember that we're not here to serve the budget, basically. The budget document serves us, and it serves the citizens. So while I'd like to be able to tie it up in a tidy little package for you guys today, that may not be possible. So again, the process is about serving the citizens. It's not to make it easy necessarily for clerical staff. So I'm perfectly okay with leaving it as a dollar figure today and working on the details of it. It could be next week, it could be next month, but I don't think that that's a discussion that we're ready for all the reasons that people brought things up today about things that are embedded within public safety. So I'm okay with leaving that open, and I'm sorry if that makes your job a little harder, but I think we can go back to that in the future and delineate those more specifically. There is another line I'd like to talk about when we're ready.
Yep, it's time.
Could we just make sure Adam does add those lodging tax numbers back on, please?
But so that's my point, is that I'd have to go back and we'd have to make the final determination on what you guys want to do with allocations to put an actual dollar amount in here.
Sure.
Also, you know, the new revenues is a different discussion than the service level reductions that staff really needs to put in our payroll projections for the next 2 years. Not necessarily to be easy, but the point that we're at in the budget process is putting that data in our payroll projection would give us the most accurate number. So that's what I'm referring to, not necessarily to make the job of staff easier, but to make the numbers that our payroll projections create as accurate as possible and detailed as possible.
Thank you. Rob, what's your other line item?
So, it's line R51, downtown services. You know, we heard today, you know, from different people from tourism. We've heard from just about everybody about how important tourism is to Grants Pass economic growth and so forth. I mean, if we're going to continue we have to continue to invest in the downtown if we want tourism to continue to thrive. I mean, with the possible, my opinion, with the possible exception of the jet boats, I don't think there's any other single attraction in Grants Pass that would be as much of a magnet as our downtown is. Whether it's for the events that are centered there, it's very important. And when we look at, I know that the term is popular, the 30,000-foot view, when we look at where our downtown visitor center is, and compared to the uptown visitor center, I mean, one is right smack dab in the middle of the action, the other isn't. One is easily accessible from the south, whether it's 199, 99, or exit 55. The other is not. We have plenty of square footage in the downtown building. I mean, there was, and possibly still is, a public safety substation there, but that was actually put in, mostly used for paperwork, before the new headquarters opened. I would have to think it's superfluous at this point. That's where the bathrooms really should be and need to be. That's where it's a great place for an information hub. And I feel that we spend, or we contribute through tourism dollars, $72,000 to the Uptown Visitor Center. To me, if we have to choose between the two of them, the downtown one is the absolute obvious choice for the one that should and needs to be open. I'm not saying to cut out the chamber. The chamber could potentially relocate, or they could run the downtown one with their volunteers. That's the way they run the one uptown. They used our $72,000 for some salaries for senior staff, but they run it with volunteers. But one way or another, to remove, to consider shuttering or closing the Downtown Welcome Center is just, it's just, I'm not trying to be combative or inflammatory, but it's just crazy to be considering closing that Downtown Welcome Center. It's obvious where it is. It's key. It's obvious the function that it can provide. I mean, when people, if whether it's the husband or the wife is in Bradley's putter shop looking at new golf equipment, whether it's the husband or the wife looking at new shoes, whatever, the other spouse is going to be walking around, and they're going to end up in the Welcome Center. They're going to be getting advice. Where can they, where should they go? What should they try? Should they extend their stay? Should they come back more quickly? And that's all right there at the Downtown Welcome Center. So to me, removing $65,000 to cut the Downtown Welcome Center is just a really short-sighted, foolish, anti-tourism action. And I would propose moving that off there, and that may involve reallocating the $72,000 from tourism to keep the downtown center open, but closing that is just really, really short-sighted on so many different levels. And I just can't sit by and allow that to happen without speaking up.
Joel, is your comment on the Welcome Center?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for that clarification. So, I almost think, first off, I would agree with Rob, and I almost think that it's mislabeled to reduce from 2 to 1 centers for our tourism. Talking with Josie and the Chamber of Commerce, they're very willing to move into the downtown one and make that work. And there will be a savings associated with it. So I almost think it's misnamed. And the savings is there and the efficiencies are there.
So you are one of the people who's listed for cutting $65,000 towards that. Are you changing your mind?
Well, in my mind, it was not closing the downtown center. It was reducing from 2 to 1. Mm-hmm. So we don't have 2 welcome centers, one at the north end of town and one downtown. We just have one, and it would be downtown.
Okay, DJ?
So but if we want to renegotiate the purpose of this line, then I'm all for doing that. But currently what this line means exactly is no more money for the Welcome Center downtown, and then we'd have to renegotiate how to do that. I agree with Rob entirely. I'm one that does not have my numbers on there, but this is more important than any of our time here. So I'm going to take a minute to talk about it. We all know that placement of that Welcome Center is strategic. We've displayed the strategic importance of that entire property through strategic planning. You can argue that is very important for downtown business and tourism, and I think it's a mistake, and a grave mistake for that matter, and it's a huge blow to downtown and tourism if we were to defund that Welcome Center. So, given what Joel said as well, if we wanted to take it off of there, but we're going to talk about how we're going to renegotiate operations of welcome centers and et cetera, I'd be willing to do that. But I'm going to say again, defunding this downtown services manifested as defunding the welcome center in this conversation of public safety is a grave error.
Valerie, then Brian?
Well, I'm going to jump up to Joel. I don't think, to me, this doesn't mean getting rid of the downtown center. I don't think it does. I think it means just exactly what we're talking about, having the discussion. I also want to remind you that the DMO is going to need a place, and it's going to probably be paying rent, because they're going to have to find a place to stay. And to me, that kind of seems like the no-brainer of where they would place themselves. And I would assume, because they are a nonprofit and an independent, they would be also paying rent wherever it is they choose to be. So, I mean, this is a conversation down the road to be had. So I don't look at it as eliminating the visitor center downtown. And once again, I'll go back to the PAVE project that we had, and they said, you need to rethink what you're doing. You don't need 2 visitor centers, and you need to rethink. And I would agree with that. So I just think that we can get other, use the money we have for the two, decide on one, knowing that if you're going to fund your DMO they're going to need a place to rent, and that seems like the natural place to do it. So there will also be extra income coming in from there. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Is you fund the DMO, and the DMO has the funding by which to hire a director. They're going to need a place to stay, and operate from. That to me makes the perfect logic as to a funding source. And as we talked about when I can't remember her name, but she came in, selling some merchandise, doing something different with it. There's just other options available. But I agree, we can't get rid of the visitor center. And when they said, well, that's eliminating it, that can't be. But I do think that there's some ways to save and restructure the funding for that. So I'm going to keep my name on there because I do think that we can reduce money in that, but I don't look at it as getting rid of the Downtown Welcome Center.
Brian, then Rick, then Rob.
I agree with Valerie. I think that when I put my support behind that line, my thought was that's something that can be funded with tourism money. It's the Welcome Center. I mean, what else could, is a better use of tourism dollars than that? So my intent is that that line item is just not funded from the general fund, that it has a different funding source, whether it's tourism or DMO or whatever it is. But I am not in favor of closing that Welcome Center, to be clear. It just doesn't need to come from the general fund.
Rick?
I agree with Valerie and Brian. I don't want to take the amount off of there because I fully agree that it should be funded by DMO or some other source. The other side of the coin I presented on that location, which they would have to look at, is when you first come into town, if you have a tourism center, that usually gets attention, and currently the northern location has plenty of parking. In fact, many times I go by there, there's 5 or 6 cars parked there. You go downtown, where are you going to park your trailer? Where are you going to park your RV? Where are you going to park your car? Parking is a problem down there. So I'm not against closing it. I would like to see that refunded or funded through a different source like the DMO.
Rob?
So I'm glad to hear people support the idea that the downtown location is actually critical. I'm just wondering, with Joel's suggestion, rather than call that downtown services, why don't we change that line to combining 2 welcome centers to 1, is what our goal, what seems to be what everyone's goal is. So why don't we change that verbiage? Because everyone has the intent, I shouldn't say everyone, but many people seem to have the intent of keeping that open in some capacity. But intent's great, but it's a lot more powerful when it's in writing, depending on when we get to it and who's on the council and everything else. So I'd like to see the verbiage on that one changed to say downsizing to 1 visitor center rather than cut downtown services, which is basically what it's saying now. So I'd rather say combine visitor centers. I'd like to change the verbiage on that. And if that's the case, I could actually get on board with that.
I'm not sure that that's exactly what I heard from the council, was more that they are not in favor of funding the Welcome Center through the general fund because we could fund it through tourism, but I didn't hear a strong indication as to whether we would only have 1 or have 2. It's just a matter of funding it through tourism dollars instead of general fund.
Well, that's why I brought it up, and on the page it actually does say downtown services. So regardless of how anyone feels about it, what it says is downtown services. So I would like to change the verbiage on that to combining the 2 welcome centers into 1, or only funding through whatever mechanism. And we could take the 65 off, but I would like to have that say that we were combining or we were eliminating 1 welcome center, but not defining it as the downtown welcome center as it is now.
Aaron?
In essence, calling it like what Councilor Pell said would be fine, recognizing that we sort of have 2 welcome centers. 1 is funded through general fund dollars, discretionary dollars, and 1 is funded through travel and tourism. So there's a few options you can do if this is what you'd like to do. If you'd like to save the $64,000 for general fund, you can you can say that you want to reduce to one welcome center, and that would require you to do one of two things, or potentially three if someone was wanting to rent it like a DMO. But without that, within your control right now, that if you said, let's fund one welcome center, and that one prioritizing being the downtown one, then you would have two options. One, you would take the contract for the Chambers North Center and you transfer those resources to saying it's the Welcome Center. And if the Chamber wants to take on that contract, great, as an option, or the city can continue to do it with that travel and tourism dollars, and that would be another option. Or you can take some of your transient room tax dollars that you are increasing potentially and still operate two, but increase some to an additional to subsidize the 64 that you've lost, put it into having two welcome centers. It would reduce the amount that could go to the DMO or whatever else you want to do, but that would be another option. So you don't necessarily have to eliminate one, depending on how you allocate your future transient room tax dollars. But it would be currently right now, without that additional discretion of where you're going to take your transient room tax dollars, it is basically an elimination of one welcome center, and then you need to determine which welcome center is the one that gets funded, the 6th and G or the Northtown one.
And we don't have to make those determinations today. We can realize the savings that's going to come from that and then follow through with the appropriate decisions. We don't need to get into the minutia, though it is important to the people that are involved.
Somebody else had their hand up over here? Vanessa?
Adam, will you please display for us under service levels the definition of line R51?
It reads, Downtown Development Division discontinue contracting for downtown services, contract previously paired with Tourism Promotion Services contract, and have city staff maintain limited liaison services with downtown. Any services provided at the Downtown Welcome Center would be tourism related and be paid for by the revenue from the additional, at that time, 2% lodging tax.
Thank you.
Thank you. DJ?
Well, that kind of does it for me. I've heard and now understand the definition of this, but I think it would be wise to have resolve amongst council, since I don't think that now we believe that this is defunding and eliminating a welcome center. I can get behind this, just as long as, like I said, that we have future resolve to allocate tourism dollars to that welcome center to keep it alive. So you could put me down on that category.
Would restructure funding of Downtown Welcome Center be an appropriate description that fits more people?
Restructure welcome centers, I mean, because that's what you're doing, yeah.
All right, so we now have 5 in support on that. Are there any other line items that anyone wanted to discuss? DJ, then Brian?
Yeah, I want to discuss the planning fee. Hopefully everybody read the planning fee analysis memo that we got. There's a couple takeaways from that, and I'd like everybody to pay close attention to it. So, let's see, large swings in construction costs, labor shortages, or massive layoffs in a community can result in significant declines in planning fee revenue, which in turn says it should be noted that none of the scenarios mentioned will result in a guaranteed revenue source, since they are all rely upon voluntary private development interests. So there's point number 1. That's this will not be $100,000. The market goes down, so this isn't a reliable source of income. Let's see, it's not, in my opinion, appropriate to tax different classes, such as the development community for public safety. This would manifest into a effective doubling, 95% increase of planning fees. We also need to remember that we are in an affordable housing crisis, and some of the things that Housing Advisory Committee has talked about. Let me take one step back. I talked to Doug Walker about this, and he is 100% in agreement with me, if that helps. So we've talked about funding mechanisms for incentivizing development, grant funding for affordable housing and multifamily developments. That could be, for example, I'm not saying I'm in favor of it quite yet, a construction excise tax. You double planning fees, And then now you've really kind of circumvented the availability of the development community to help fund those incentive programs otherwise, okay? So it's going to make building more expensive, as did SDCs, but that was arguably reasonable. And there is a comment in here that our planning fees in this community are low. But the way I understand that is we have low planning fees, so in effect, we are funding and helping support development through our general fund. And I think that's appropriate considering the crisis in housing that we're in. I guess to summarize is this $100,000 planning fee category is, in my opinion, the most inappropriate cash grab that I see on this entire document. And I would be welcome to have a discussion with any counselors that would disagree with me.
Vanessa?
Counselor Fazer, is it fair to assume that the planning fees can easily be passed on to the home buyer, that that's not something a developer has to absorb?
Well, so builders can only build at market value, so the market dictates what you can sell a house for. So no, for example, that was asked to me when we increased SDC charges. Well, how about you just make your houses more expensive? And the answer to that is no, you can't just make your house more expensive to pass that on to the customer. The developer or contractor would be assuming all of these fees, and therefore that's going to reduce their margin and in some ways disincentivize production. So no, the customer would not pay for this, the developer would pay for this.
Rick?
So TJ, we've had this discussion, I feel over the years, government takes it on the chin. Where the developer has a cost increase in lumber, you're able to pass that on. But we, the city, have increased costs and we can't pass it on. So I'm very frustrated by that.
So I'll say it again, lumber costs go up, margins go down, right? It's a commodity, you can't control that. You can't control the market of your sales, you can't control the price of those commodities.
But you still have that in your contract. If it goes up too much, the customer comes and pays the difference.
You can contract in caveats, sure, of course you can. But you still cannot market or sell a house for, especially if you're financing. If you have a cash buyer, they'll pay whatever you want them to. But if you have a financing structure and you're trying to get underwritten for a house that is marketed for more than what the market allows for, you won't sell it. So no, the commodities increase, planning fees increase, SDCs increase. That is an immediate reduction of margins for the developer.
And yet they can find the price to go buy that extra cup of coffee or that nice luxury car. So.
Well, you should have been a contractor, Rick. So
All right,
say
well,
that with levity. Now,
at this time,
now I have a question. Then do we think it's appropriate to tax the development community to pay for public safety? That's the real question here. Is the development community supposed to be paying higher fees than the other classification of people in this community to support the current level of service for public safety? That's the question.
The taxpayer pays what the development community doesn't pay.
Rob?
You can also thank your development community
Please
for
stop, guys.
increasing the
Please
tax
stop.
base in the community.
Please stop.
So you build more houses, you get larger tax base, right? So the more value on the property, the higher the tax base, right?
We have
If you-
5 counselors who have indicated they're in favor of
if you-
$100,000 for the planning fees. Is anybody willing to change their mind?
With all due respect, so I think my points are valid here, okay? We have a housing crisis.
And I'm asking if anybody, if you've swayed anybody, are any of the 5 interested in changing direction at this time? I'm seeing none. Is there a new topic, Brian?
I first wanted to follow up with Aaron to see if he had gotten that number that I had asked for a few minutes ago.
Yeah, salary's at 73,100, and I think the other question you had was the printing, the cost of production of GP Now is 31,254.
Okay, so I needed that piece of information to discuss line item R64, which is GP Now newsletter and PR production. And the real cost of that line is $104,000 and change, even though it doesn't all directly impact the general fund. However, I just want to make sure that all the counselors understand that I would not be wanting to cut a police officer or a firefighter and be keeping this position. It does not signify streamlined government. It does not show appreciable benefit to our taxpayers and our constituents.
Rob?
I got a question for Aaron. So the figure that Brian just stated, the 104,000, I don't think, does that include the $22,000 for postage as well? Because you had that in this memo, kind of embedded in a memo today, as recently as today, it was $22,000 for postage, roughly.
Yeah, it costs.
Postage and handling.
It costs $5,200 every other month. So that's the total cost for GP now, including publication and printing and postage. That's the total.
Thank you.
Joel?
So I think that the past associated with the city newspaper about telling our story probably was not entirely accurate, because that's really not its purpose. When I look at, and I favor cutting it, at this point in time, we can do without the newspaper. The position itself, I think, is information management. And you look at the world today, if you don't manage information appropriately, Brian, you wanted the YouTube videos, for example. We want briefings before Monday's meeting. We want, the press wants some information, the public wants information. Public information management in a growing city is important. The newspaper, it can come or go. I'm okay without it. In fact, I would put my money up there to reduce the newspaper. But I think we as an organization need to manage information. And if we don't, it's going to hurt everybody. And we need to manage it with social media. We need to manage it ahead of time, not catching up to issues. We need to anticipate issues. We need to facilitate the success of the Grants Pass Courier. They're an important part of our community, and this position can do that. And that staff time, it's going to be done, so who's going to do it and what's not going to get done? Because you're going to manage your information. You have to. That's where we're at. That's the world today. So I would favor cutting the newspaper and keeping the position for information management, and to make sure we maintain our transparency, and that information is available to both the Courier and our citizens, and it's done in a manner that is cost effective.
Rob?
Yeah, I think that both Joel and Brian have some excellent points. With regards to the newspaper itself, I think that a large percentage, and I actually believe a majority of people who receive it, just basically hold it up in their hand and show it as evidence that the city is wasting money. I think a majority of people, we got one email to that effect from a woman who said that she actually polled 10 neighbors. I think a lot of people just hold that up as evidence that the city's got too much money and that some things need to be cut. But, I just want to add too that, early on with this newspaper, during the very first discussions for it, when the council first approved it, Tyler Fleming said, well, he felt that he could try it, but he didn't want it to be Pollyanna-ish. He wanted it to tell the good and the bad, that people make mistakes. He mentioned the CSO that had recently been arrested, and he felt that the newspaper should have that kind of news as well. Joel kind of seconded that sentiment. He wanted complete transparency, the positive and the negative, and so forth. Aaron said that he wanted to just talk about all the great things that we're doing. So it's clear that it really isn't the balanced approach. It clearly is designed to sway public opinion, and that's what the newspaper is about. I mean, at that time, I wrote an email to a counselor as well, and I said that we'll probably end up seeing a puff piece on each counselor to get their support for this thing. And of course, that has happened. And I want to just say, this is not me being jealous or sour grapes or anything like that, because twice, I mean, I was actually asked to be featured in that newsletter. I have a downtown promotion that I do every year between Thanksgiving and Christmas. I invest about $1,500 in the downtown. It ends up being leveraged and coming back as about $4,000 worth of business. And Steve Sable actually approached me to do a feature on that whole promotion, and it probably would have been good for my business, but I just don't believe that that newspaper should even exist. So I turned him down. So this is not a question of me being jealous or envious that I wasn't in it. I had the opportunity to be in it probably before any of the counselors did, but I just didn't feel it was an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars, and I still feel that way about the actual printed newspaper. About the position itself, clearly we got along before that position was created. Clearly, Steve has added some value to that position and is doing a better job than was done in the past. I have a hard time, like Brian, saying, gee, I'm okay with cutting a cop or a fireman or the grant writer or anyone that might be considered more critical, and yet leaving this position on the table. So I'm not really sure where I am at on cutting the position, but the newspaper itself, I think, as much as anything, is just a signification to many citizens that we're wasting money.
Okay. Aaron?
I can appreciate wherever council wants to go with direction on this level of service. I just wanted to clarify I don't know if it was stated in the beginning when we started this conversation, salary. And we mentioned 73,000. It's not salary, it's total compensation. Salary is like 42 or 43. So I just wanted to recognize, I don't want people to think someone's getting paid this. The total compensation cost to the city is 73,000.
Okay, so at this time, we have strong support in favor of eliminating the publication, I believe, but I'm not sure that we have clear direction really on how that relates to the total package. DJ?
Yeah, we also need to take into consideration that this wasn't a creation of a position. I'm just presuming that there might be people that don't understand that. There was 3 people in administration, they went down to 2, and then now we have an information coordinator in administration that's helping with administrative duties, as well as information coordination. So we have to also understand that if we're going to say that you'd rather get rid of an information coordinator rather than a police officer, which I don't think is a logical point. We need to take that into consideration of what extra has this cost the city, and that is the GP Now publication. So I'd be willing to get rid of GP Now or make it digital only. The cost would be marginal to have a digital only GP Now if we would like to, but I think that's appropriate cost savings. And plus, it's my understanding that I don't think any of staff recommended eliminating this position. Is that correct? Was there any staff favor in the staff column? That right there demonstrates to me the perceived benefit of this position from staff at the very least. Because it says in this document that he creates a central point of contact and reducing the demand on each department to assign a staff member to the various public outreach responsibilities. And I think that that's very important.
Say, Adam, could you correct my thing for the 36,000 for reducing the newspaper? Yeah,
So add you to that?
yeah. Thank you.
Brian?
Well, and this, at the moment, what this is the whole program. I don't think it's differentiated between the production of the GP now with a digital alternative yet, that
Yeah,
this particular line
We
hasn't
may need
done
to
that.
break that out into two.
Yeah, we definitely can. We can add another line item maybe and say, just do, GP Now newsletter as
As one, which, I
As
mean,
one.
the total cost was 31,200, but that doesn't
That
necessarily
general
all
fund
come
is
from
maybe
general fund.
50% of that, so it's maybe a $15,000 savings.
But just to get some clarity on it,
Yeah,
yeah, and then one of
the
them,
other would be, community communication.
community outreach.
Community outreach.
Rob?
So I'm not sure if I understand. I think we said the production or the printing and mailing costs were roughly $5,000 every other month. So that's roughly $30,000 right there. That actually is general fund dollars, correct?
That's, again, that, all of that is split amongst all divisions and departments. It is an item that, because a lot of articles have to do with water or wastewater or many things like that, just like the salary and benefits and compensation for that position is split. So general fund pays about 50% of both of those items, I believe.
So the cost, the cost of the publication comes to 31,200, but it's not all paid for through general fund. But I think we need to provide some better direction on whether, because I think we have strong support in favor of stopping the newsletter, but I'm not sure where people stand on the position. So maybe just to go through for the newsletter first, I'll just say, are you in favor of keeping the GP Now newsletter? Brian?
No.
Rob?
No.
Valerie?
No.
DJ?
Nope.
Rick?
No.
Joel?
No.
Vanessa?
No.
Okay, so we'll add 31,000, keeping in mind that that's not all going to come from general fund in the end. And then as far as maintaining a community outreach program that is staffed by somebody dedicated to that cause, are you in favor of keeping that? Brian?
No.
Rob?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Are you in favor of keeping a position dedicated to community outreach?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
To be very clear, this is eliminating an existing employee.
It would be yes. Well, at least changing that position, yes.
Wait, so a vote of no is,
Vote a no is to keep. So far, we're in favor of keeping the position.
I just want clarification. Voting no is essentially eliminating an existing employee,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Okay, yes. That was wildly confusing.
I'm sorry, I don't remember how I asked the question, unfortunately, but I do remember that we are in favor of keeping the position and losing the
Yes.
publication. So thanks for the clarification on that one. Do we have any new line items that need to be discussed? Brian?
Yes, line R42, which is actually relatively new, and I didn't even notice it was there. And it's access to park restroom facilities. And the way I understand this is we could save $163,000 by permanently closing all of the park's restrooms. And I just, before we even discuss that, I thought it'd be appropriate to make sure that I'm understanding that recommendation correctly.
I think the perfect person to come up for that would be Wendy. She's here and she might be able to provide some additional information above and beyond what was in the narrative.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. I'm Wendy Giordano, the Park Superintendent. So it's a challenge, certainly, to come up with ways to reduce our general fund needs in parks. One of the items is our restrooms. Reducing the amount that we spend on the janitorial associated with that, the utilities associated with that, and certainly it's been on the forefront of a lot of people's minds, the vandalism that occurs on a regular basis that takes up a lot of staff time.
So is that number a reduction, or is that a permanent closure of all the parks restrooms? I just still don't have clarity on what that number means.
That would be closing the restrooms, and then also we could stop the lock, unlock service that we currently have with concierge. So in order to keep the restrooms open, they're closed well after the time that staff leaves for the day. So we have a variety of expenses associated with brick and mortar type restrooms.
Okay, so that represents permanently closing all of the restrooms in our parks throughout the town.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Rob?
So is there a plan in place to replace them with porta potties, or is the plan to have buckets in the bushes, or what's? I mean, we're only looking at half the plan here, I think, I hope.
Yes, we would need to replace them with porta potties, hand washing stations. This number is a best guess using the information that we have. We've never considered closing our restrooms before, so just looking at what our utilities cost, the janitorial in particular, things like that are part of what would go away. But yes, we would need to provide, well, actually we don't. It's up to council on what we provide for services.
So the net savings might not be anything close to 163. When we got the figures about how much a porta potty would cost for the homeless down by Riverside Park, and with the hand washing station and everything else, the figures were fairly substantial. So I don't think the savings would be anywhere close to 163 if we decided to replace those, kind of. So this 163 is kind of in isolation, right?
There's a lot of variables in using porta potties, whether they're cleaned on a daily basis or multiple times during the day. During the COVID crisis, we certainly want to see more cleanings. So I would have to do more research and bring you the numbers on what those porta potties in replacement of the brick and mortar restrooms would cost. Actually, the 162, I believe, does keep in mind that we would need to replace those with some other form of relief.
Okay, well, we only have one nod in even partial support of this, so are people thinking about adding it? Because do we need to even be discussing this item?
Absolutely not.
Okay, Rick has a comment.
So Wendy, the reason I put 40,000 down there is I thought maybe if there was some parks that were not heavily used with the restrooms, then does it really justify, I would say, the obligation and the upkeep of that area where they could be replaced with porta potties? But I realize our main parks, no, we need to maintain that. So just offhand, do you see there may be one or two parks that we could come up with that amount by just going to porta potties instead of having the regular restroom?
There's a variety of ways to accomplish some reductions in our expenses. Our intent would be to at least have one restroom open in the larger parks, and then we could do something in between. We don't necessarily have to close all of the restrooms. We could come up with a plan to close certain restrooms that are the higher use, such as the playground near Riverside Park. Probably one or two would need to stay open at Reinhardt Park. It's a large park, so on either side of the park. But some of the smaller neighborhood parks, maybe we switch to a porta potty.
Okay, thank you.
Valerie?
I'm going to have you go down to, I think it's R73 through 78. I was just kind of looking for, I remember the discussion we had last time there at the bottom, because most of those were suggested by staff, and they're not very large amounts. Example, employee recognition, recruiting, 9,000, safety supplies, 6,000, employee, and we didn't get a lot of support for those, but I just, you know, looking at the fact that they were supported by staff, that meant that they felt they could do without them. And we've kind of been tacking into other areas where the staff didn't even really want us to go. So I just kind of feel like those are small amounts, but, you know, the $1,500 for employee recognition, the $9,000 for recruiting, 6,000 safety supplies, I just think that might be something we could look at as easy money. So I'm just going to throw that out there and see what other people think.
All right, any discussion on any of those items? Rob?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, Valerie. It almost seems like they were kind of towards the bottom of our list, and we kind of got tired, and we didn't really explore them as well as we might have. On R73, the recruiting, I'm not really sure exactly if we got a good explanation as to what cutting that position would mean. Is there somebody that can explain that to us?
So that's some dollars that we utilize for contract services for some of the larger positions, say public safety director. We have utilized the services of outside firms because of their ability to gather nationwide interest and their connections that they have, and that comes at a cost. So what we would do is we would potentially reduce some of our availability to hire recruiting firms on some of our bigger positions, and we would need to do it more in-house.
Is there any interest in adding your name to R73, anybody? Brian is
Yes.
adding? So we have 3 counselors have indicated their Oh, I was looking at the wrong line.
I put them all down because I figured they were staff recommended.
Okay, those fairly small dollar amounts here. Rob?
I was going to add my name to as well.
Okay, so we're up to 3 now. All right. Not gaining any traction there. Okay. So at this point, what's our total? We're still at 1.75 or?
1.79 without taking into account the change in additional lodging tax would bring. So that number would be reduced.
Okay. I think, given that Adam said this is a range that we're shooting for and not an exact number, are we comfortable with leaving as is, or does somebody have something substantial that they want to throw into the ring? Brian?
Well, this has been framed as a $2 million budget shortfall from the beginning, and I understand that it's not an exactly $2 million budget shortfall. It sounds like it's more of a range from $1 to $2.5 or $3 million budget shortfall. I feel like we're not to where we should be. So I would be in favor of adding, for the reasons that were stated earlier by Rob and other people regarding the levy failing and this being a public safety funding issue on line R24 for me, I'm going to go ahead and tack on another, I'm going to go up to what Councilor Fazer has, which is 457 on my line item for that one.
All right, we still only have consensus for 208 though, I believe, right?
So it's something I wanted to bring up on R24 as well. So we have 2 counselors at the minimum, we got 2 counselors at a maximum, and 1 counselor straddling. I would argue that shooting for that minimum probably isn't appropriate. I would suggest some sort of average.
Well, are any of the counselors who are at the 208 level interested in moving up?
The perfect average is 337.
All right, looks like we're going to stay at 208 at this time. So, oh, Rob?
So the average is 3 or whatever, so what's the median? Because, plus the fact, I don't understand where 208, 246 even came from. Isn't that kind of arbitrary figure?
I believe that was a leftover number after counselors had identified everything else, and they're like, well, I needed
Right,
another
exactly.
208, throw it in this line.
That's what I figured.
That's what I recall.
So to me, 250 to 300,000 makes more sense. It's probably closer to what the median is also, correct?
Well, once again, I'm going to bring you back. I mean, I put down for the student firefighter, so that was kind of part of mine. So obviously that didn't get the support, but I have a feeling that if you're talking 350,000, that you're going to probably see the firefighter program go away. So it's not, it's going to be a no-brainer. It's no different than the $88,000 on the CSO. You know, we may not have put it there, but if you're shooting at 400,000 or 350,000, I think that's going to happen. So I think a lot of that goes back to what we're saying. I can put those up there because I was willing to take a cut with the student firefighting program. I was willing to go for the CSO, but those didn't get the bandwidth that they needed, so I could go up above 280,000, but I can guarantee you that some of that is going to come in places that other people don't see it happening. So that's that next conversation that needs to happen.
I agree. I think at this point, Valerie, we need to recognize that anything we add on there is probably staff, either frozen or reduction in positions. That's where the biggest dollars are going to come from. But we also don't need to exactly achieve a $2 million target unless council wants to do that. And at this time, we seem to have kind of fallen flat on anybody willing to move up in their $10,000 range there.
Well, I'm willing to, knowing that, like I said, it's going to come from somewhere that, whatever, I just want to see what it looks like and then have that conversation.
Well,
So
I
the
guess what I'm
average was
seeing is
3.
not fair is we have 2 counselors on a minimum and 3 counselors in excess of that minimum, and we have I don't think that's
Well,
accurate.
actually, I don't think you put
that's-
me up there, and I should be on R24.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
actually
think that's
I have
accurately
everybody at
representing
some level.
What
Yeah.
council's trying to say
'Cause
about this category.
Yeah, because I originally put 210 there, and that was originally there, and then I was also at the 162, and then a 106, and then that 106, I guess, could be added onto there, because that 210 plus 106 puts me at 316.
I also have Counselor Riker at 208. I think that was maybe after we moved off the OT discussion, Rick?
Well, the reason I'm not changing from that is I think we need some future flexibility and to make that change right now, given what we know and what we don't know. I'm just trying to manage uncertainty, and it's very expensive to let somebody go and then rehire them next spring, if that's what's going to happen. And I would rather that we make sure that as we go through this situation, that we're managing it appropriately.
Rick?
On the R24, the reason I haven't allocated any money in there is, again, recognizing staff, their recommendation, and making sure that staff has the flexibility that they would like to have. So I have not put my dollars there. I'd rather put it into something else like the R25. But
Okay, perhaps I wrote you down when somebody else spoke. Okay.
Sarah,
Yeah, Brian?
I just wanted to also kind of voice support for what DJ said about that line. And working, I mean, there's widespread support at varying levels, so given that, probably some sort of average would be appropriate as opposed to the minimum.
I think the average was 337 and the mean was 332.
Well, I'm not hearing from those people who indicated the lower amount that they're interested in moving up, so I'm not sure that it's fair for the people at the top to say that they're willing to come down. But I think we're just going to need to leave this as it is at this time unless somebody has a suggestion for another $200,000 to get us to the $2 million mark. All right. Along with this discussion, the city manager has asked us to discuss a Plan B, I guess, in the event that a levy doesn't pass in May. And we need some direction, not necessarily today, but at least start talking about it today on how we're going to go about identifying what to do about that extra $6 million if the levy does not pass. Brian.
So with regards to Plan B, we just spent a whole lot of meetings trying to get to $1.8 million. If we have to go through this exercise for $6 million, it's just not going to work. So my suggestion would be if, and it's a very small if, the public safety levy does fail, I would leave it to the chief's discretion to figure out how that shakes out. Because it is a public safety levy, and so I would just leave that Plan B largely to his discretion.
Vanessa?
I would echo that as well, especially after having the conversation we did earlier. $6 million is significantly different than $2 million, and that's going to take a scalpel. So that's the expertise that the chief has. So I feel comfortable with that. And also, I do have to leave early, so my apologies. But thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right. Well, I think based on what those two indicated, the Plan B would be entirely from the Public Safety Department. So I guess that's one thing to think about. Joel?
So one of the things that, excuse me for having my mask down, I was drinking some water. One of the things from, we don't want to ever advocate our responsibility to the citizens to provide a level of service. And if I understand the conversation correctly, and sometimes with the masks I don't, so bear with me. But if the levy fails, there's a lot of ands, ifs, and there's a lot of uncertainties. And we'll have to deal with that as it comes. But we can't advocate our responsibility. We can't not fulfill our responsibility to provide levels of service and where those cuts would come from. That's our job. And the chief's job is just to take the money that we provide from the citizens and provide the level of service that we want. So if I understand the conversation correctly, I don't think it's a ripe topic for discussion at this point in time, and we need to look at the uncertainty as we're moving forward and think about it.
Aaron?
Yeah, based on the general discussion of some of the council members here, what we would do is we would be ready to go to provide you with staff recommendations of additional cuts if necessary. And so a lot of that work would be done in advance and be ready for you if we needed to take that route. And so.
DJ?
I agree with you, Joel. It's something we need to be aware of, cognizant that it's a potential, but I don't think it's right for discussion at this point.
All right, it is something that the city manager has asked for as they go forward in planning Budget A and Budget B, but we don't need to make a decision on it today, but let's bring it up again relatively soon. And with that, I think we are done talking about public safety funding for today. Okay. Thanks to those budget committee members who stuck it out with us this afternoon. Appreciate it. Agenda review. So coming up next Monday, we have Transit Hub. And do we know, Aaron, are people on board to Is the county on board to come talk with us next Monday?
Yeah, my understanding, Scott Chansey has been notified. I think Dan DeYoung is also going to be present as the representative for the Transit Authority also, so you'll have those two representatives present.
Okay, we also have public safety funding discussion, which I guess just based on what we just went through today, this was kind of a placeholder for the February 16th workshop. Do you want to do this again next week, or do we just let it lie for a bit? Valerie?
I'd kind of like to have the chief kind of give us that information, because that's kind of what, that big void that we had today is, we just keep chipping away at that. What does that look like if we're taking that? Where is, what is he looking at that means? Because I do think that's an important piece of the conversation.
That's with regard to line R24?
Yes, line item R24, what that looks like from his perspective.
Okay, we could focus that discussion on that as well as maybe that Plan B for the levy failure. All right, and then we also have Dollar Mountain financing on the agenda. Yeah, Brian.
So I've heard support from 3 counselors to get parklets on the agenda and a briefing / discussion about the homeless litigation and the issues surrounding that. And the way I understand it is that both of those topics are quite timely, the parklets and the homeless. So I would advocate for adding both of those to the February 16th meeting, and possibly, if needed, to move the Dollar Mountain down the list a week or two, because I don't think that's as time critical as those 2 topics. So I just wanted to see if that's something council is open to.
Joel?
Well, I would support what Brian would say with one addition, and that's at the Council for Economic Development, the joint council between the county and the city, the Oregon State of Chamber of Commerce was writing a letter to the governor associated with the COVID situation and where our small business owners are. And they asked us if we'd be willing to look at a discussion of possibly communicating farther up the ladder. And regardless of your position, I think out of respect to our business owners and to the citizens, we probably need to have that discussion.
Did you receive that email? Because I know some of us did not. It said in the newspaper we had received some sort of email several weeks ago regarding this. I looked for it and couldn't find it.
What I received on the committee was a copy of a letter from the Oregon Chamber of Commerce that they sent to all the counties, and several cities have also responded. And then what I observed was several business owners coming to a meeting and experiencing some discomfort. And so I thought it would be a topic worthy of discussion rather than not.
Can we get a copy of that letter? I haven't seen that.
I'm not even sure what the letter is or what it's asking for. I mean, what is it asking for action?
It was just an example of a letter that the Oregon Chamber of Commerce sent to the governor. And so it was an example of a letter that's already been sent, and they encouraged all counties and cities to take a look at it and see if they would like to join in. And the county, Josephine County, was looking at joining in perhaps, but changing some documentation in the letter, changing the wording.
It's a form letter that they're wanting, like the mayor's signature on, to send to the state.
What's that again, Aaron?
It's a form letter of something, support of what?
Oh, no, it's for, I'm sorry, I'm not expressing myself very clearly. So the chamber statewide, there's a lot of businesses that are suffering. And they feel, a lot of them, and perhaps in some cases it's real, in some cases it's probably not, where the COVID restrictions, especially with the virus, with the vaccination coming on board, they're running out of time. The small businesses are running out of time with the restrictions. And so what the chamber did was write a letter to the governor explaining the situation, and they sent a letter to us of that letter, and they would encourage us to have a discussion on whether we wanted to do the same or not. And from my perspective, regardless of the position that we take, I think we need to show enough concern for our local businesses that we would have it on the agenda and have that discussion. And it's obviously an important topic to many of our small business owners here in the community.
And that might also go along with the parklets, because that's kind of the, it's the same group of people that are kind of saying, hey, we need to drum up business or we're going to die. So that might include both of them.
Is there something either timely or a group that's planning to come next Tuesday to discuss Dollar Mountain financing? Brad?
We do have a pretty detailed memo that is about wrapped up that I think will give some of the basis. I think we also do have a couple of John Paul Bowles, who has been our consultant, as well as a couple others that are prepared to, call in and participate.
Okay, I'm just wondering if we were to bump that, it would have to go to at least March because we're doing council interviews. Is that a problem?
No, I don't think that would be a problem if the council wanted to do that.
Okay, let's plan on moving that then.
Well, then procedure dictates that we need 3 counselors to officiate that direction. All we need is 1 more. There it is.
Okay, we'll move that Dollar Mountain to March, but maybe not the 1st, we'll see. So Blake lawsuit, parklets, and chamber discussion next week.
Yeah, didn't we get a memo?
Yeah, so in anticipation of this discussion, I reached out to the attorneys handling the appeal in the Blake lawsuit, and they're willing to come down and give a presentation. Councilor DeLaGrange suggested it be the next Wednesday council meeting. Given that they'd be coming down from Salem, I'm wondering if you'd entertain the idea of having a couple different dates, just because I don't know offhand their availability on a certain day. I can state that, one particular day is the preference, but I'm asking for a little bit of flexibility to offer them in terms of scheduling to come down.
Brian?
Would it also be helpful to offer flexibility in the terms of them being remote and not having to drive down here? I remember last time thinking that was quite the use of legal resources to have them drive down.
Well, I think that adds flexibility, but I do believe that their preference is to be here in person.
Okay. Well, is it the council's preference that the attorneys be here in person? Rob?
So you probably know, Mark, so do they get paid for their travel time by miles, or what do they do?
Well, CIS is paying their bill. I have no idea what their arrangement is with CIS on travel time.
I mean,
It doesn't cost the city anything. It's the insurance company pays them.
I see. It just seems like just a complete waste of money to have somebody drive down for that presentation, but that's just my, I guess it's more palatable because it's not quote unquote our money directly, but I don't know, either way would be fine with me. Whichever one would provide the council with more flexibility is the one that I would prefer.
DJ?
Yeah, my opinion is we should get them down here. I'm in the habit of listening to my attorneys, and if it's their preference to do face-to-face with us about this really important issue, then that's what I'm going to be in favor of doing.
Okay. Is there anything else anybody wants to add to a future agenda at this time?
So
Let's,
when would you want me to ask them
Yeah.
to come down?
Yes.
I think the sooner the better. So I think if they could come next Tuesday, the 16th.
Okay. So as part of the workshop, I'll have a special meeting.
Yeah, that would be an executive session, right?
Well, that's up to council, but I mean, we would be talking about litigation strategy, et cetera, so I think that would be the appropriate venue.
Is that the will of the council is to have it be executive session or open session?
Whatever fulfills our legal obligation.
This is absolutely territory of executive session, 100%.
Any other comment? All right, we'll do it in executive session then. All right, was there anything else anybody wanted to add? Aaron?
I just had a couple of clarifications then on what we just talked about, or one thing, and that is, are we also having, I understand we're gonna have parklets on February 16th. Are we also having a discussion on the State of Oregon Chamber letter to the state? Okay.
Yes, please. And yeah, it was in the newspaper. Susan Seawriter said that she had sent us an email, but I know that I and a couple other people couldn't find it. Okay,
think I got it
so
either.
if somebody could track that down and get it to us, that would be great. Okay,
If you need one, I can send one to you.
yeah, if you want to just forward it to all of us, apparently you may have been the only person who received it. Okay, discussion about the council appointment process and the interviews. Oh, DJ,
I have a
some,
question about the agenda, the consent calendar on the 17th meeting, the ZTO rezone finding of facts. What is that?
That's actually going to be removed. That was, we were anticipating the Planning Commission having had a hearing on that matter, and they did not. So that's going to be, I talked to Julie about that earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Aaron?
Also, at this point, staff is needing additional direction on the council action increase lodging tax. Are we confirmed, are you ready for that increase of 2 or 3%, for us to write that up for you?
What was the favor out of the,
We have
The
one,
majority was 3%. There was 4 counselors at 3%.
4 counselors at 3%.
yeah, I think that's pretty clear.
Okay. All right, we'll keep it on then, and we'll make it for 3%.
Sure, and it can, of course, be amended during the Wednesday night meeting. Rob?
So I have a question on the bus hub discussion. I assume we're gonna have Scott Chancey in and possibly some others from the county. I would be in favor of also having the chairman of the parking task force, Grants Pass Parking Task Force, there to present to council as well. Hopefully, I can get some support for that.
All right, is the council in favor of having the parking task force chairman? I'm seeing Rob and,
I just have a question. What benefit would him participating provide?
Well, initially, this discussion would, any pushback on this was revolved around parking. And when the Parking Task Force first found out about the negative parking impacts on this bus hub, that's actually when, as far as I know, the public discussion actually on it began to get started. So I think that from a parking perspective, possibly even from a traffic flow perspective, I think the chairman of the Parking Task Force can probably add some insights.
DJ?
I can support that.
Brian? Okay, we've got 3, so go ahead and please invite the chairman of the parking task force. All right, anything further on agenda review? Brian?
Yeah, I have one more thing. And this is, it's something for the agenda, but it's honestly probably more of something that would be a memo. And it's similar to how we got the list of the LB projects that was just provided to us a couple weeks ago. I'm wondering if there is a similar breakdown of the tourism money and where that goes. And I tried to look for that in the budget documents, and I found general line items, but I was not able to find specific line items. So I would like to have more clarity onto where the tourism money gets spent.
So you're asking for a memo on where the tourism money gets spent? Being
Yes.
the lodging tax dollars?
Didn't we just have a memo that spelled that out fairly recently?
Actually, the DMO was given so I think it probably is pretty clear, because isn't that kind of what you gave to the DMO?
Oh, it's in the manager's it's in your monthly report as well. It's
Is that
spelled
okay?
out line for line. Yeah. Yeah, the document of the monthly report we get every month, it's in there.
Okay, the impetus for me asking for this is when I was looking at the LB project list, I was doing some cross-checking, and I noticed that Dollar Mountain, in addition to general fund dollars, also has $100,000 allocated from tourism, as does Beacon Hill Park. And I wasn't, it's been hard to corroborate that, and it brought up the question of, what else is getting funded with those tourism dollars? So that's where that came from.
And I believe you're asking for at the project level detail, not necessarily the total. It's very easy to do.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great. Yeah, I haven't seen anything that indicates
Yeah.
those projects with tourism dollars.
Really quick before we move on, and this just, I mean, maybe it's on here, some days you just can't see things, but the task force, what does it entail with starting a task force? Because we talked about 3 of them. I know one of them is on here, the Caveman Pool. Is that what the workshop is on, is coming up with a task force on that? Or, I mean, that was just something on our goals, was
Right.
the development or assigning task
Caveman
force.
Pool is not for the task force. It's a
Okay.
report on the condition of the current pool and what it would take to get it operational for the summer, and just provide you some additional finance information. You're right, you do have a few task forces that are out there that came through strategic planning.
Yeah, so I was just wondering what it involves getting started, having those happen. Do we have a memo how to form a task force, or how, is there?
It would just be council. I mean, right now, those are a list of a number of things in the work plan, and
Right.
we're just trying to hit as much as we can. If council says, hey, this is a priority, we want to form this by April 1st, then staff will get on it to start to make the documents, create the resolution for you to form the task force, and get going on it.
Okay, because I did get some people interested who contacted me, so I just wanted to give them some direction.
Rob?
So to follow up on Valerie's question, we're going to have a workshop on the 1st about the Caveman Pool. Now, for us to form a task force, does that have to be an action item on a Wednesday night meeting?
You can have it as a consent item on a meeting also, but normally when you form a task force, you do it by resolution.
So I'm just, my sense was from strategic planning, that was kind of the end result. That's where we ended up, is that we were pretty resolved to form a task force to take wherever we're going to go. So I would like to add, in that Caveman Pool discussion, we can talk about the task force, which I shouldn't say that, but I would like to create an action item on Wednesday night meeting that we might vote just to take the next step to form the task force.
Okay, we're starting to get into territory here of discussing it now instead of discussing it on March 1st. So I just made a note, we'll talk about the task force, and let's do that then instead of now. I'll ask one more time, just because every time I ask, you guys come up with something, and every time I don't ask, you come up with something. So is there anything further for agenda review today? Oh, good, we have gotten through them all. Council appointment process. So we are scheduled to interview council candidates February 22nd.
Yeah, welcome, Mayor, Council. I just have a brief presentation on our current process, and then turn it over to you for discussion. So we've got a review of a council appointment process. Why? Well, Council Roller did resign his Ward 3 position, and this is to provide cooperative shared leadership involving council staff and the community. So the charter does state that filling vacancies, vacant elected office in the city shall be fulfilled by appointment, and that's of the majority of council currently in office. And there's some other language in there if it's close to a certain biennial election, et cetera. But from this perspective, taking a look at the charter, we are to move forward with filling a vacant position by appointment that would be filled for the full term of that, of the remaining term. The remaining term of the position currently held by Council Roller ends November 2022. So normally with the process that we have, the policy is to interview with at least 3 candidates. Now, this year, we don't have a problem with that. We've got well over 3 candidates. So you've got at least 10 or 12 that you're going to be able to go through. That's quite a few, and that's why on the workshop, we have that day just for the interview process. So you start by receiving the applications, you go through the interview process, and then afterwards you appoint at a business meeting. So council vacancy, applicants must have resided in Ward 3 for at least 6 months. They must be a registered voter. The application deadline, February 16th. They're available at City Hall, online, and we're scheduled to have you interview the candidates February 22nd with an appointment of March 3rd. Your call to action is to interview February 22nd and appoint the first meeting of March, or change the application deadline, interviews, and/or appointment dates. And this is all at your discretion. I also provided you through the email a list of about 12 different interview questions that you could potentially utilize or that's been utilized in the past at your discretion. And turn it over to you.
One quick thing before I open it up to the council. So Vanessa Auger had to leave, but she said she sent an email this morning and she asked for somebody to read it, and I don't have it handy. So Aaron, would you be able to find it and just let us know?
Yeah, I can get my phone and read it right now if you want, unless someone beats me to it.
Oh, DJ says he has it handy, so we'll let him read it.
Yeah, I got that this morning, and just to preface this, I actually agree with it. I think this is a fantastic starting point. So it says, Mayor and Council, in judging how full our agenda is for today's workshop, I anticipate I may have to leave before the end of the meeting. I'll need to leave today. Okay, wait. For the sake of efficiency, I believe this process should be structured. So it starts to say, 1A, a time limit shall be set for the total amount of interview for each candidate, i.e. 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes to be determined. 1C, each interview shall be split into 3 sections. CI, a credential presentation from the candidate. C2, answering of the predetermined questions, and C3, informal line of questioning from the council to each candidate based on their answers to the predetermined questions or credential presentations. This is at the discretion of the council if they wish to hear more from said candidate. And D, close the interview portion of the proceedings. 2 is about nominations. Begin a nomination process. 1, the mayor will take nominations from the council. No second is needed. This will shrink the pool of candidates to a nomination pool. When the nominations are through, the nomination process will be closed with a motion and a second. 2, council shall deliberate on credentials for selection from the nominated group. 3, when deliberation is completed, the mayor shall poll the council that they are ready to vote. And 4, a roll call vote shall continue with each nominee until a nominee receives most of the votes. All input is appreciated through this process. I'll see you in a few short hours. Respectfully, Vanessa Auger. Do not reply all to this email.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thanks for getting that out for her. And does anybody have a comment or questions, a different process? Rob?
So it's not clear to me when I read the email, over what period of time did you expect that to happen? Question number 1. Number 2, with the number that we're going to potentially have to interview, I wonder if we want to reduce the pool and potentially bring back a handful for a second interview. I just don't, it's hard to imagine what it's going to be like interviewing 15 people that one day. So I'm just wondering if we were to narrow that down to 5 and bring them back a second day for part of what, for a second interview. It's just something that occurred to me.
to do a quick meet and greet for the initial interview, maybe 10 minutes or so each, 15 minutes each, and then have a lengthier interview later?
That makes, I think that if you've got, we'll call it 15 people. I heard a week or two ago it was 10, so call it 15. It could be 20 people. I think there's a point at which we're not, if we were to narrow that down to 5, we're going to walk out of that meeting, well, actually, the meeting will end and many of the councilors will be saying, hey, that one sounded pretty good, but now I've got more questions. Now I've got questions, of how this person answered and how it compares to how someone else answered. I'm just thinking that possibly bringing them back for another round, because I think we're going to come out of that first meeting with a lot of answered questions, but a lot of new questions too. That it would be great to have a second round to be able to narrow that down.
I'm going to jump in here just really quick because it's pertinent. I think the most recent information is there are still only 10 qualified candidates.
Brian?
That was actually my question.
Okay. Comments, discussion? DJ?
Honestly, when I read this, I think Vanessa's nailed it. Honestly, I can see benefit for a second interview. First I'm thinking, okay, well, narrow it down to 5 or 2. I can still see merit for a second interview. But then again, it's like, do we want to entertain this? This is a serious appointment, and it's what is more beneficial to us in the greater scheme? Do we have a very thorough initial, or do we do brief and thorough second? I'm on the fence on that, honestly. I think Vanessa's on point, though, is what my feelings on this are. Well, she just said to have a determined time that we set, 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever.
Her list takes how long to implement? She doesn't break down over how many days?
One shot.
Pardon me?
One shot. All interviews happen on Monday and through this process. And we will move to, from what I understand it, we're going to interview and nominate and conclude on the same day.
Oh, really? So it would be a special meeting?
No. No.
Yeah, nomination.
We have to have a special meeting for nominations and appointment.
Well,
Normally in the past, you've interviewed, and then after the interviews, you appoint at a later meeting, later business meeting.
Oh, okay, sure. So then, there we go. Policy answers that question. The interview process would be the only thing in the workshop, and then nominations would be followed at the business meeting.
So,
Okay.
yeah, right
actually-
now we have the appointment slated for the evening meeting on March 3rd.
If we needed to bring back, we could.
So that does give a period of like 10 days or so, a week and a half in between the two meetings if you did want to, but it's probably a good idea to decide ahead of time what the process is going to be. But there is that March 1st workshop if you wanted to have second interviews at that time or a special meeting as well. Valerie?
Yeah, I agree. I love Vanessa because it was right on in terms of the structure of how to set it up and have and you figure if you did 10 minutes and 10 candidates, it's 100 minutes, but it's going to be longer than that. But so there you're talking 2 hours basically to go through if everybody had 10 minutes. And then we do have open the next workshop if say we came away and we felt like, wow, we really need more time, or we needed more information from those candidates, we still have another workshop that we could pool 3, 4, 5, whatever we felt like with more questions, and then still be able to hit the March 3rd meeting. So because I do agree with what Rob's saying. A lot of times, you go through that many and then you're just kind of like, oh, I have more questions now than I had before. And so I think we can make that determination after the interview process, whether we want to bring back several of them for a second questioning session.
Rick?
I like Vanessa's format too, and I'm just confirming each interview would be 10 minutes. Is that correct?
It's at your discretion.
Pardon?
It's at the council's discretion. That's a number that's being kicked around, but nothing has been decided on, and it may be overly optimistic, I think.
So,
What I would like to see is some flexibility in that, because if you get somebody up there after the third question, there are no more questions, and we have the opportunity to interview somebody else. Aaron?
Well, the way you'd want to do this for fairness and equity is you may want to, if it's 10 minutes and you have 5 questions, and you give 2 minutes for each question, we can have and they have to regulate their response based on a 2-minute response. So, and we tell them this in advance, you're going to be asked 5 questions, you're going to have 2 minutes to respond to each one of those questions. And we'll have the timer there so they can help regulate their response. And so everyone is asked the same questions and have had the equal time to express their thoughts on those questions.
So we have to ask them the exact same questions, or we have no opportunity to throw any of our own personal questions?
You can do whatever you like, your council, but the way we do it from an HR perspective is you want to make sure you ask everyone the same questions and the same amount of questions, and there could be follow-up questions to those questions. And if their time allows, then you would want to do those follow-up questions. So, but it's your procedure. You guys can do what you like.
With that format, then I could see we could be moving into a second time where but.
Rob?
Yeah, I think that at a minimum, I think we want to ask everyone the same, however many, 5 questions. And they may all know that they're going to get 10 minutes or which might be long for some people. But I think at a minimum, we want to know that we're going to ask 5 questions. But I think beyond that, I mean, we could have someone who is a governor in another state or a city manager somewhere else who might have actually a lot of really pertinent information to give us, or an answer that goes far more in depth than anything that we've imagined. So I wouldn't want to necessarily be limited to 10 minutes at the buzzer for everybody. So I would want to ask everybody the same, however many questions, and we can assign, if we want to assign a minimum number of questions, a minimum amount of time. I think beyond that, we should be able to ask whatever questions we want to get to wherever those answers lead. And that could be done as broken up with a second. See, the reason that I originally thought that possibly a second round of questioning could make sense is we have another workshop in between when we're going to make the appointment. So I just don't see why we wouldn't avail ourselves of using that second workshop for the limited pool. Anybody could we could have a wrong impression, the first person. For all we know, there could be a newspaper article about the finalists, and next thing you know, we get some background stuff that we never knew about comes forward. I think we can use that time as constructively as possible, and I think a second round of consideration and questioning is probably the best for the citizens, the best for the council. I think it's best for everybody.
Okay, let's see first, is there interest in doing in building in a plan for a second interview? Please raise your hand. Okay. You can say something.
I guess for the second interview, I would like to think we might pick, the top 3 or the top 5, that we wouldn't say, okay, all 15, 20 people are going to come back.
Right, that would be the point of the second interview, I think would be a smaller pool. Yes.
So I totally agree with that, Rick, but now the question becomes is how and when do we make the decision of who the top 5 was?
Yeah. All right, so for the first interview,
top 3 or whatever.
do you want to agree to 5 set questions and then a few minutes for a follow-up question, or no follow-up questions at that time? DJ?
So I'm going to bring Vanessa's input to the table again. So in the interview portion, under C, each interview shall be split into 3 sections. I kind of like that because we have 3 sections in that process. The first is a credential presentation from the candidate. 2 minutes, where you come from, how you qualified. The next section is answering of predetermined questions. 2 minutes per question, 5 questions. There's 12 minutes between those 2. And then 3, informal line of questioning from the council to each candidate based on the answers to the predetermined questions or credential presentations. 3 minutes. There's 15 minutes. I like that categorization. I think that that's going to allow us it'll be quick, but it'll be thorough. But then understanding if that's how we're doing it, I think it's pertinent to, okay, do we want that second interview? And then, gosh, we could structure it a similar way, except we wouldn't need a credential presentation per se.
All right, so 15 minutes and kind of following Vanessa's setup there for the first interview. Does that seem reasonable? All right. Next tricky process, you're going to have to figure out how to agree on the 5 questions. And I believe that Councilor DeLaGrange emailed some. I don't know if you all have seen that or had any thoughts about it. Aaron also gave us I think Brian's was a whittled down version of Aaron's list. Is that correct?
Yeah, I looked at the list that Aaron provided and I tried to streamline it as much as I could. I am not married to any of those questions, so feel free to hurt my feelings if you have more appropriate questions.
So we don't have a copy of either of those in front of us though, Rick?
I guess I'd like to look at those questions and then give a preference.
Okay. This was kind of our slated time to discuss this, but we do have,
I could either get those printed, if I pulled it up on the screen, everyone would know what the questions are, if you don't care about that, or I guess we can get some printed now for you right now and bring them down, or.
pulling it up would be great. I think if we could I'd rather just get this over with today than have to talk about it again next week. So I guess that would kind of give away the questions if we put it on the screen. Is that the?
Yeah, right.
That's a good reason. Yeah.
Is everybody okay with that being public, the questions?
Don't want to be the devil's advocate here or anything, but is this executive session territory? No, it's not. Okay, I knew you were going to say that, but.
I mean, everybody will have access to the same information. Valerie?
I was just going to say, I read Brian's. I kind of like Brian's. I think they're pretty generic and to the point. I don't know if anybody else had to.
Well, I think not everybody has seen that, so it'd be good to have that up on the screen so that everybody can be looking at the same list unless the council has an issue with the candidates seeing the list of questions in advance. Rob?
Well, it's funny because last workshop, I suggested that we come up with a list, and then a few people, Brian, I think Vanessa said, well, you wouldn't want to let people know ahead of time what the questions are going to be. So we've had both those opinions. So now the question becomes for Mark, who's not here, or maybe Aaron, how would we come up with these questions without making them public ahead of time, or is that even appropriate? Because it seemed like most people wanted to have, we'll call it secret questions or confidential questions.
We could make a little council subcommittee and get 3 of you to work on the questions if you want.
You could provide your questions to the mayor and council president, and then Wednesday when we meet, I could take the preference that you've provided to them, and they can provide that to me, and I'll make up the sheet for you.
I'm comfortable with that if council shows favor for it.
Okay, so we'll do that. We are meeting, is it this Wednesday?
Oh, we are
meeting?
meeting this Wednesday, yes, but council does not have a meeting this Wednesday night.
Right, I'm just wondering when they should get that to us, so let's.
Preferably tomorrow.
Let's do it by tomorrow, that way we can talk about it Wednesday. Rob?
So I have one question that I wanted for consideration. I guess I'll just send that out to Mayor Council. Yeah, I'll just send it out to Mayor Council, and then Sarah and DJ know that that's one that I want to throw in for consideration. Or the rest of the council will know because you guys, right? Okay.
I think it's fair to say if anybody has one they really want to do it, just send it out to Mayor Council and we don't answer back. And then we can pick our own and send that on to how we want it to go forward.
I'm personally quite uncomfortable with the number of mayor council emails that have been going around, and it might just be better to either submit them like to me or Aaron or DJ instead of getting ourselves in big group email situations. So do you want to collect them, or I can collect them? All right, just send them to, you can send them to all 3 of us or any one of us, and we will, okay. Okay, send them all to me. Send your interview questions to me, and we will talk about it Wednesday. Rob?
No, that means the other counselors would have no way of weighing in at all if they had a preference. You would have no way of knowing. You would be deciding what the questions are then. That's not really in the spirit of what I suggested. So I have no problem with all the mayor-council emails that are going out, because they're public record, and anybody can look at them. We're not doing anything wrong, and the more the better, as far as I'm concerned, as far as transparency and openness. So to send you and DJ the questions, that's completely counter to that. So I'm not for that at all.
Aaron?
So, yeah, there is some, I think the mayor does have some legitimate concern there. And Mark and I just discussed that a little bit, and we should probably have a further discussion with council at a future date with regards to the use of email and discussion and deliberation and information exchange.
Yeah, you are, if you send them via email to the other counselors with the idea that they see what you wrote and provide feedback and agree on them, and we get some sort of consensus, you are having an illegal online meeting. So.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that, and I wasn't suggesting that anyone email back anyone else for consensus. I was suggesting it was as a conversation starter, and if anyone else didn't like that question, they could make their feelings known.
And that is the point right there that becomes the illegal meeting, is when they start commenting on each other's ideas. Aaron?
I have a suggestion. We have time.
Not a
The
lawyer,
interviews
thank you.
aren't until February 22nd. We can, you can provide your questions. We'll have copies of questions at the next council workshop on the 16th. And you can go through and say, hey, we agree to questions 1, 2, 7, and 12. And move forward from there if you'd like. And then there's no issue with email. Bring your questions to the table, and we'll compile them. You can ask Mayor that if anyone has specific interview questions, they can provide them to me. I will add them to the list that you've already received and give you a master list to distribute in advance of the workshop on the 16th.
Okay. Yeah, we did have that list through email. I know I personally saw it, so it must have been there at least before yesterday, because I didn't check my email this morning. It would have been nice for council to come, prepared to discuss, but given that we didn't, we will.
You have to admit there were a lot of memos to
There
read
were an
through.
awful lot of memos this week. The staff worked hard on getting us a lot of information this week. All right. I think we've agreed to how we're going to establish the questions. We're going to do 15 minutes with all candidates on the first day. We're going to set aside some time on March 1st to do a secondary pool of a smaller, narrowed down pool of candidates to have them come back for a second interview. Do you want to agree now on a number, or do you want to wait until you've met people and decide who has who has some nominations after the first round of interviews? DJ?
I think that we should define the entire procedure before it begins. I think that that's going to apply an appropriate pressure, 3 candidates out of 10 or a certain percentage, 30% otherwise. That's really, we should, and then follow that structure accordingly. Otherwise, it would have a potential to get pretty messy.
Rob?
Yeah, I would agree with DJ. So when we talked about 10, I just kind of imagined 3. So 30%, if 15, if 15 showed up, maybe we need to increase that number, or we could just say it's 3. But I do like the idea of a second round, and I'm okay with pretty much any number we choose. I think 3 is probably reasonable.
Brian?
I agree that 3 would be a reasonable number.
Okay, so are we agreeing top 3 candidates will be invited back for that second interview? Does that look good over here? Raise your hand, I'll say your name. Joel, Rick. I'm not sure about DJ scratching his nose. Valerie, Rob, Brian.
The question, though, is how are the top 3 determined?
So, yeah, I think at the end of the interviews on February 22nd, we will have to do some sort of nomination process to whittle it down. Preference poll of some sort. Aaron?
If you'd like, we can also create some sheets similar to what we do for interviewing employment for the city. We can designate, and maybe I can have a conversation with you, Mayor and Council President, on Wednesday of what are maybe the 3 to 5 categories that you're ranking these individuals on with a point score of 1 to 5 or whatever, and we can print those up for you, and so you at least have some numbers or feelings associated with that and have a discussion. That might be able to organize your discussions more.
So a scoring system? Does that, raise your hand if you're in favor of a scoring system following the initial interview. DJ, Valerie, Rob, Rick, Joel? All right, we'll go forward with the scoring system that first day to get down to the top 3. And then, following the top 3 interviews, let's see, so March 1st, we'll do follow-up interviews. Do you want to do 15 minutes again for each candidate? 10 minutes? 10?
So on the first one, it was what, 2-minute credential, 10-minute question, 3-minute clarification. So then it wouldn't just nix the clarification and go 13 minutes. I don't know. Just then that way we can still do 5 questions, 2 minutes each, and then have 3 minutes of clarification or something like that. I don't know. Just talking here.
Brian?
Well, I feel like the second round's going to go quicker, not only because there's less people, but because we already kind of have the gist of, they answered the first round of questions. So we're either going to have to come up with a second round of questions, or it's just going to be more free form with whatever anyone wants to ask.
Yeah, that's totally sensible. Yep.
Do you want preset follow-up questions? Or do you want to just ask questions? The second round, I'm hearing just ask.
Well, during that second round too, you can have them give us a 2-minute or 3-minute presentation. Just to
Kind of an introduction.
summarize their desire to serve.
Rob?
I think that Joel's idea is really good there, because they might leave here after the first round and realize there was a lot of things that they forgot to tell us that they feel are appropriate about themselves. So we should give them probably up to 3 minutes to do what they want to set up the second interview, yeah.
It would be much less structured the second time around.
Okay,
They
so
can say whatever they want, and we can ask whatever we want.
a 3-minute introduction, presentation, followed by informal questions? I'm seeing nods. DJ's thinking about that.
I don't know. It just seems like there'd be an opportunity to capitalize the conversation and capitalize on the questions. That a little bit of structure seems fair to me, so that it's every counselor would have an opportunity to ask a pertinent question of the candidates.
To give each counselor one question in the second interview?
I'm not sure what the solution is, but I'm just trying to tell the council that I'm just not comfortable with just a total free form. I mean, we've seen what happens when we get when we're allowed to free form.
Yes, we have.
So
Right.
can we free form it with a cap, a time cap, or would that be enough? Be enough for me.
Or one question per counselor, I think is his suggestion. You could ask a question, Rob could ask one question. Valerie?
I was just going to say that I think by the time we've gone through the first round, that we might have specific questions that we wanted to pull from each, that we thought maybe that person in the first interview didn't give enough information. So I do think it's apt to have us be able to ask questions in the second interview.
Rob?
Yeah, I think this is a really important decision, and I really, on the second round of the interviews, there may be some people, face it, we may have already almost made up our mind by the time we hit the second round. There could be an all-star out there, but who's just head and shoulders above. But I think that it's an important, very, very important decision. I don't think that we should really have to decide ahead of time the number of questions, the length of time, anything like that. I think that we can give them the structure of a certain number of minutes to make whatever statement they want to make, to clarify potentially what happened before. But I think beyond that, I don't think there's anybody here who's going to be too intimidated to ask their question or questions, plural. I think that we'll all get our questions answered that way, rather than saying, geez, I wish I could have asked one more question, you know? So I think that the second round, I think the first round, structure in the first round, I think is really smart. And I think having much less structure, nearly no structure in the second round is also really smart.
Rick?
I like what Rob was saying for the second round. The other thing too, I don't know, I want to say it has to be mandatory that every counselor comes up with a question, because a lot of times one of the counselors will ask the very question I wanted to ask, and maybe all the questions that have been asked, I'm satisfied. So I just think it should be free that way, that we ask a question if we want to, and otherwise we can
What
be
if
happy with
one
what we
counselor
have.
wants to ask 8 questions? Rob?
You know, I'm personally okay with any counselor who wants to ask any number of questions that they have. We're all elected, and we're elected to make this appointment. It's a really important appointment. And I guess if one person is asking kind of crazy questions, I mean, I guess we could, you know, give them the evil eye and say, can you wrap it up? But I think that, I mean, we're all here to do a good job, and however many questions it takes to do that good job is how many we should get.
Okay, so at this time, we're having interview, a 3-minute intro, and then just informal follow-up questions with, I think we cannot put a time limit on it if we're going to let counselors ask an unlimited number of questions. So is the council comfortable with that, just having, as long as it takes, everybody can ask all their questions? Yes? Joel?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, you know, any process requires us to trust each other. And you can't have a process that doesn't depend on that, to abide by that. So I would trust all of us to, in that open question period, to behave in an appropriate manner and be respectful and share with each other. And I have no doubt that we'll do that. So I trust you.
Okay. Yeah, Rick?
I just want to make sure that I hear right, that the second interview is, there's no time limit, or can we set like 20 minutes for each candidate? Because there's scheduling involved.
I mean, it would be nice to be able to do that, but if we're not going to have a set number of questions and counselors want to be able to ask their own questions, I think that just might be very hard to enforce a time limit. If you were to each ask one question, you know, that's manageable. If we started off with a list of 5 or 10 questions, that seems manageable, but I don't want to be responsible for, you not getting to ask your question because the guys down on the left asked too many questions and now it's been 20 minutes. So, Brian.
I think we can all agree to be reasonable and courteous and not need to, delve into this any further. I think we can handle this with the guidance we've provided.
Okay. All right. In that case, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Thank you, Valerie. Second from Rick. And all in favor of adjourning, say aye. Thank you. Have a nice Monday evening.